Good afternoon, members. By my clock, it's 2 o'clock, so welcome to this afternoon's meeting of the Audit, Governance and Accounts Committee. Just as a reminder for you about our fire evacuation procedures, there are none currently planned. So if the alarm does sound, then we need to evacuate the building immediately by the assigned fire exits and congregate in the entrance to the War Memorial Park. Remind you also that the meeting is being webcast, both pictures and sound. Yes? Right, okay. Receive any apologies for absence? I have apologies from Councillor Gardner. That's... No. Do I have any resignations or replacements? No. Declarations or conflicts of interest? Any urgent items? None. That takes me straight away then to item 7, which is to confirm the minutes of the last meeting. Oh, suddenly that's caused a flurry.
Sorry, just getting back to declarations of conflict of interest. The fact that I'm very aware now of all these rules, the fact that one is mentioned in all these papers, does one have to declare
that? No, Councillor Lick, you're making a very fair point. Many members are mentioned in the papers. Your references because you were previously chair of the committee, so there's a... Yes. No.
Thank you, that's helpful. Councillor Gurdon.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you also for drawing my apologies to the committee for my absence last time round, which is recorded in a footnote on page 5 of the minutes. I just wish to explain that my dissatisfaction with the lateness of the hard copy papers for that meeting actually rendered me, in my mind, unable to digest it and its contents in time for the meeting. And that was why I was absent. So I think, in the spirit of better minutes, I would like a few extra words added there, if you don't mind. Namely, rendered him unable to digest its contents in time for the meeting.
I think the point was well made, and I don't have a particular issue with amending that. Certainly I would hope that you all agree the minutes for this particular meeting came out in a more timely fashion, or all the papers did, and it certainly is a commitment to continue to get papers out in advance, so that, given the nature of items we discuss at this meeting, we have plenty of chance to digest and formulate questions and comments before the meeting. So I'm happy with that amendment. Anything else that needs to be amended? Okay, thank you. Then I will agree the minutes on your behalf, subject to that amendment. Yes or no? Before we move on to item 7, I just wanted to make 2 points, which follow quite nicely from Councillor Gurdon's sort of intervention, to remind you all that today is the first day of us piloting a new style of minute taking. There has been an email out to members with an example to remind people of the fact that we're implementing this for trial. I think it's a sort of an opportunity. We've had a chance to take comments from everybody about a style of minute taking. And we are fortunate enough to be the first committee to actually be subject to that. So, 2 things I want to say. That does mean that at various points during the discussion, I might be inactive for longer than normal, in that I'll be pausing to make sure I take some notes and just to take a sense check of any discussion or clarify any points that people want recorded on behalf of the committee, and to ensure that it is a committee view. And that where there are particular points that people want recorded, then if that's not a view of the committee or a general trend of the committee, then the webcast will be the recording voice of that point, rather than me asking the minutes to record every single item that anyone might wish to record. So help me along today and we'll see how we go. Councillor Keating, do you want to comment?
Thank you, Chair. I have two pertinent comments. Firstly, I was reminded when reading this 360 pages that when the first Ernst & Young report came out, we agreed that all of their recommendations on paragraph 12 at the time would go to the relevant committee. And I do not recall the issue of revised minutes going to any committee. I'm talking about the style of the revised minutes. That's point number one. And point number two, I don't recollect having seen the email that you referred to, because last week was half-term and I was otherwise occupied. I haven't seen my emails yesterday or today because I was so busy reading the 340 pages for today. So I do wish to object to the institution and operation of revised minute taking without us having a proper opportunity to have an input into what style should be operated. Thank you. And I would wish those points that I have just made to be recorded in the minutes. Thank you.
Okay, I can't account for you not being able to pick up your emails last week. However, that wasn't the first and only time that members, all council members, were made aware of the opportunity to feed into minutes. In fact, I think when we deal with paper B, you will see that there is an item in there that recorded how we were going to deal with the revision to the minutes, and that paper has twice come before this committee and was agreed as a correct way forward by this committee. On top of that, in discharge of that action, officers have twice put out emails, round-robin emails to all councillors, inviting their input and opinions on shaping the way minutes should be taken. And it's a result of that all councillor engagement that the current pilot of minute taking is what we've got today. Yep.
But I have always been operating against the basis that we agreed the Ernst & Young recommendations, and those should and were agreed would be going to committee, the relevant committee, for discussion about the content. I don't believe that hasn't happened. Thank you.
Well, maybe we'll pick this up outside, but I think we have a difference of view on the process we've gone through and where we've got to today. But as I just to remind you, we are with the new minutes as of today. Councillor Parker, you had a comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would just like to note that I have concerns if we're going to rely on individual members' comments that they may wish to have recorded on the webcast, because in the following paper, in two very significant points, it's actually stated that the webcast is not reliable. And so I actually think that's a backward step if we're now going to, in the new minute format, rely on or specifically point members to the fact, as I would suggest through debate discussion, no, that's not going to be recorded because the record of this discussion is on the webcast. I would urge that we continue with the opportunity for individual members at particular relevant stages to be able to say, and I'd like my comment or my question noted. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
So it may be that we're in a transitionary process, and I did say at the start we were piloting a new style of minutes. It may be that we can't be fully reliant on the webcast until the actions of the paper that comes before us next time relating to the webcast and its reliability are in place. Okay, so I'll bear that in mind as we go through today, but as I said, bear with me as we explore the new minute taking together. Helpfully, Councillor Parker, you've also prompted another comment, which is about the foresight of agenda for the next meeting. I wouldn't ordinarily deal with it because it's usually in my discretion to pick up. However, as a result of the requests of this committee to bring forward in draft the statement of governance and our accounts into June's meeting, which are two quite sizable papers in their own. We also have two report backs from internal audit and governance activity, which would be standard items on this committee. There are also two further papers that were proposed to be brought forward. One which is the webcasting of minutes and of meetings rather, and how we deal with improvements to that process. And the second one is the accounting for many down our report and accounting procedures. That gives us a sizable agenda, members, and I believe in my discretion it's right to put those last two papers, the webcasting and annual report, back to the September meeting so that we can actually deal with the papers that we'd requested to be brought forward in June session. I would not wish to curtail our discussion or input to both the governance statement, the draft accounts, or indeed the two audit papers that generally come before us. So I just wanted to sort of sense check that with you, members, to make sure that we were okay with that approach rather than trying to deal with everything and maybe too hastily in one meeting. Yep. Okay. Thank you very much, members. That takes us on to excuse me. That takes us on to item 8, public participation. I have been notified of none. Referrals from other committees or the council, I have none. And issues referred by cabinet, I have none. That takes us on to item 11, which is the use of Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act 2000, affectionately known as REPA. The committee's request to note that since that last meeting of the Audit Governance Accounts Committee, there have been no requests or authorisations granted for the following: directed surveillance, covert human intelligence source, or urgent orals approvals. Yes, Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. My recollection tells me that I've asked this question before, but I would like the issue to be noted in the minutes of this meeting. And that is confirmation that we have not outsourced the issue to anyone who themselves might then seek authorization. I believe I'm right in saying there have been reports to that effect, that some such investigations have been outsourced by other organizations. I don't mean by this Borough Council. So I would like to ensure that we capture that issue in our reporting, i.e. no requests have been outsourced, if you see what I mean. Thank you.
Yeah, I see the point, and I remember you making it last time. You are assured that we are not in a position of having outsourced anything. But if we can amend the wording to incorporate that to give you assurance going forward, then yeah, fine.
I thought we were advised that we had no authority to outsource this activity. That was my recollection.
Yeah, it's the difference between the accountability for it and the discharge, the physical discharge of the responsibility. We cannot outsource the account. We're under our duties and powers, the responsibility always sits with us. We might ask someone else to discharge that responsibility on our behalf, but we don't. We can do, but we don't. And that's the point that, yeah, and that's the point that Councillor Keating's making, is that he is aware of examples of other authorities that have asked others to discharge that responsibility on their behalf. So we'll amend the wording accordingly. Councillor Mitchell.
Just so I understand, are we saying that it is lawful for us to outsource the entire thing, including authorization, so we can give somebody the right to authorize such things? Seems highly unlikely.
No, that's the point. The responsibility for authorization will always sit with us, I believe. I'll ask Mr. Guy to help us.
Chairman, thank you. I will check when I go back just to make absolutely certain, but I'm not aware of anything of this sort taking place here.
I mean, what I'd like, if you could, Chris, is to just check whether as an authority which has the powers, we have any authority to outsource our ability to authorize such requests. And it appears that some places are doing so, but I find that surprising, and I think if it's the case, I might take it up with parliamentarians. It's not the sort of thing I would expect us to be able to do, and I wouldn't wish us to be able to do it.
Yes, my view, and I will bring this to a close to help us, is that the accountability means the authorisation powers stay with us. The fact that we can ask somebody else to do the investigation is a different matter. However, given this is a matter of concern in terms of being clear, I will ask officers to provide us with some guidance subsequent to the meeting and ahead of the next meeting that just gives us a couple of stated sentences so we're all clear on where it is, and that also will be proposed wording on how to amend section item 11. Okay? Yeah. Okay. Councillor Keating, were you going to come back with anything, or shall we move on? Thank you. That brings us to item 12, which may actually pick up on the webcast point we were referring to earlier on. But if I can ask Mrs. Taylor to just introduce item 12, paper B, for us.
Certainly, thank you, Chairman. Paper B, members, is familiar to you. It captures the existing Ernst & Young recommendations from the independent governance report and gives you a status update on progress. I think, Chairman, at that point, I'm happy to take any particular questions if there are any.
Members, over to you. Councillor Parker.
What I'd like first of all to establish is on the layout. We're reading here the action plan updated, and it's got June 2013 along the top, and then on the messages down the right hand side it says update April 2013. So for purposes of better understanding, what I'd like to establish that are we actually talking about the update of the action plan as given to this committee on the 3rd of June 2013, and the position that we're at is at the 3rd of June 2013.
Chairman, Councillor Parker, members, my apologies. That should read June 2013. I updated the top, the heading. I didn't update the column. My apologies. But I have reviewed each item within that update with the lead officers addressed, who are detailed in the report. So it is a current status.
Thank you for that. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. On the second page, the second item down on the list, the documentation management, it says likely implementation quarter 2 2013-14. Just in terms of that, do we have any update on the progress? Is that still a reasonably accurate kind of expectation? I'm conscious the end column's empty.
Chairman, I would actually revert to the head of resources for that one, as he's in the room and is the lead for that particular item.
I think for some of the work that's going to go on, that's a reasonable time frame. For a complete new system, a comprehensive system, then that won't be the case. But for some of the work that's going to improve some of the document management, yes, quarter 2 is reasonable. But we probably need to give a bit more of a fuller update at the next meeting.
What I'd like to see is just the sense of what you intend to do with the current system then, and what proposals may come forward for future documentation management to make absolutely certain that if we're going to change things, at least members are aware of what you are intending to do, so that we can input and decide whether or not we want to guide you in a particular direction or not on a particular issue, particularly with the webcasting and the rest of it, as important as it has seemed to have become in other areas.
I wonder also, because we, at the last full council, talked a lot about the IT strategy group, I believe, and that's the wish to have that reinvigorated, because it would make sense that a number of these items were technically taken forward there in the first instance, yes. I was going to say, I think we have got volunteers already put forward, and there was certainly a number of hands went up with expressing interest, so we just need to gather those people together and convene a first session. Okay. Councillor Keating, I see you were...
Thank you, Chair. I refer you to my previous comment, but for the clarity of the webcast and for the minutes, can I emphasize that whilst I acknowledge we have had this form of document before, I was reminded of our previously stated position when reading these 340 pages. Or was it 360? That we had agreed previously, when we received the Ernst & Young report, that we would refer proposals to improve things from whichever proposal was made would be referred to the relevant committees. So can I suggest that if we take the page 1, whichever it is, where it is, Constitutional Working Party, page 1 effectively implements that strategy of going to relevant members. The first, top of the second page, page 14, talks about improvement in taking. It says go to the relevant director, and we know that. I do believe we should have a paper, a proper officer paper, identifying the proposed improvements, and for that to be circulated to all committees and all committee members. The document management, I think that should result in an officer report, the proposals, the implications thereof, etc., etc., and it should go to all members effectively, because it's total document management. The review of the appropriateness of the webcast facility, that in turn, I believe, should result in an officer report and be sent to all committees. Councillor access is already going to a committee. The procedure for the declaration of interest, I haven't seen an officer report, but I believe that is sufficiently adequate for the purpose on this occasion. The review of accounting procedure and reporting for Manidown, that should certainly be an officer report to AGA. Bearing in mind, in this report for today, there are suggestions within it that nobody challenged the accounting for Manidown. And I can tell you, it's on record that I have repeatedly challenged the accounting for Manidown, but it says in here that nobody did. Or should I say, it says that the committee didn't. So that should be an officer report. And redacted material is effectively an issue for all of us. And I've seen papers that refer to issues that I have been directly involved in, where I've been only provided with some information because the rest was redacted. So I do believe that should result in an officer report, and that we should, all committees should have sight of it. And finally, the process of selection and procurement I believe that that too should be an officer report. Now, one final comment, if I may, Chair. I am not in any way, shape or form seeking to create work for the sake of it. What I am doing is, if issues have been raised as a result of investigations carried out by AGA, then those issues need to be addressed in a constructive and constitutional way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I think you might be misunderstanding the table and how we got to the table and what we've already got in progress. Because a number of the areas you've just referred to as requiring officer report are already in progress, and if I don't want to go back through the table, but I'm happy to provide a sort of further update subsequent to this. The table we have, just to remind you, is the table that came out of the Ernst & Young report with a series of recommendations, and this committee went through those recommendations and created this table with officers to determine the best way to take things forward, who should lead, and whether they went through an officer lead or through another committee, or indeed stay within the charge of this committee. So actually what you have here is a summary of what this committee has already talked about, how best to proceed with the Ernst & Young report recommendations and the best ways of doing that. It was this committee that decided what went to the Constitutional Working Party. It was us that decided that the lead of governance would take report on the minutes, or take action on the minutes, and we agreed as a committee that the best way to progress that swiftly was not via report to a committee, but actually by trialling it, getting on and doing it, and taking members' intervention and input rather. In terms of a number of the other items regarding the webcast facility, that is a report, and I've said already today that that's a report that would have come to the June meeting, the second of the June meetings, and we've now agreed to put it forward backwards rather to September. The accounting procedure for Many Down Land, that is also something we have today agreed as a report that would have come to the June and will now go to September. The issue of redacted material is one that we as a committee agreed and instructed the officer on because of the urgency of getting papers out into the public domain. So I'm not wishing to sort of counter your view. I absolutely agree with the spirit and intent of what you've said. Actually, this particular table is something this committee has determined, and I think if there are enhancements to the information in here, that might help to make it clearer in future when we reference back to this. Because I think this is the third or fourth time we've looked at this table, and each time we've sort of added to the comments on it. And I think if perhaps I can work with the lead officers to sort of enhance the information so we're actually clear what's going where and when, that might help us for the next time round if you're comfortable with that. Councillor Mitchell, did you have a comment? And then Councillor Gurdon.
Thank you, Chairman. I apologise for being late earlier. A bit of a challenge in the parking area. We're very popular today. I just wanted to raise a concern about what I heard Sean saying, and I may have misinterpreted, but we seem to be asking for a lot of reports to be written and then to go to, in some cases, all committees. Now, I'm strongly against this in principle. We did ask for some urgent action to start to be taken on all this stuff. I think it's quite right that in many cases officers have got on with the action. And in many cases what we expect officers to do is to get on with the action unless there's a policy matter to be considered. Get on with the action, report what they've done, and then if it's within the realm of a particular committee, the committee concerned can ask for that item to be an agenda item and call for a particular report on something that requires advice from the committee. As for all councillors having access, as far as I'm aware, I have access to all officer reports. I mean, I see them all listed on agendas for the committees I'm not on, and I have to plough through them for the committees I'm on. I don't want to receive all reports, thank you very much. I've got enough to read as it is, and I'd rely on the other committees to do their job and raise matters that I might have raised if I'd been there. The other thing is, if a report goes to all committees, the first committee comments on it, and those comments ought to be reported to the next committee, and those comments on the next committee's report ought to be reported to the next committee. Otherwise, officers have no idea what they should do about anything. And that is complete nonsense. I mean, we do have occasions where a report goes to two committees. Even that presents a challenge. But let's not get having reports going to all committees, because that's why we have a committee structure. So I reckon officers should get on with the work, do sensible things in their view, liaising with whichever members are taking particular interest in the matter, report to the appropriate committee what they've done and what they plan to do next, and then if that committee wants to have a formal proposition before them with a lot of detail about something which the committee as a committee agrees needs that treatment, then the committee should make such a decision.
Councillor Gurdon, you had some comment.
Thank you, Chairman. Before I make my comment, I don't entirely agree with Horace's comments that he's just made. We don't have a committee structure, we have a leader and cabinet structure, and the committees are subordinate, which is why I suggest opposition councillors are very keen for full disclosure of material matters to all relevant committees. Now, it might be that all relevant committees is not, a holistic approach and distribution to everything, but it is important to recognise that under the leader cabinet model, opposition councillors feel disenfranchised much of the time, and our involvement is limited to whichever committee we happen to be on, and there is often insufficient coordination between those to satisfy what opposition councillors would regard as an essential democratic feature of our governance. So that's just a small point, but I hope it is an important one. The reason I put my hand up to comment on this table is that firstly I'm relieved to see that quite a lot of work is in progress. Hooray. I'm now looking at page 16, the second page of the table, and the procedure for declarations of interest. And again, coming back to Horace's point, where I did agree with his comments was that decisions of committees need to be made known to all other relevant committees. And I hope that our deliberations today, material deliberations today, go to the respective organs of this council that are deliberating on these individual aspects, so that in the case of declarations of interest, it will go to the Constitutional Working Party. I think it's very important, if they've started work on that, that they don't carry on up what might be a cul-de-sac because of certain things that are said at this meeting today. So I'm sure I can trust your reassurance that any material changes and interpretations and additions we make today will be, in that particular instance, communicated to the Constitutional Working Party.
I'm going to perhaps not sound as reassuring as you might wish, Councillor Gurdon, because that action has been discharged and completed. Because we had the Constitutional Working Party took it on board. The papers came before this committee in April and actually went before full council last time we met. So in terms of the code of conduct and the amendment to how we declared interest, of which there had been considerable debate, that action is now complete. Hence its references done within the status column. So again, I appreciate the comments being made, but I think we just need to remind ourselves of the context of this table and the updates within it, because certainly for that particular one, the ship has sort of sailed for now, and the Constitutional Working Party are moving on to the next set of tasks they have taken on board, which we will talk about at item 13 on the agenda.
Sorry, I didn't switch off. Then I'll shut up, but if you'll indulge me, I'll make an observation based on the reading of the 300 and whatever, 60 odd pages that we had, that one of the things that struck me with almost despair was the fact that however you structure the giving of declarations of interest, there will be, according to whichever legal expert you consult, or even phalanxes of legal experts, good reasons to not take those declarations of interest at face value, because nobody can be certain what's been going on inside the brain of the individual person that's made that declaration. So what I would have said, had it not been water under the bridge, was I sincerely hope that the review of the wording of how to give declarations of interest doesn't become so convoluted and complex as to be even less meaningful than it is at present time. That's all I wanted to say.
I think, again, the spirit of your comment is very worthwhile and timely. It may or may not help to share my own personal reflection in terms of, I think it's as simple now as, if in doubt, declare. Take advice as to whether or not that declaration is needed or not. But nonetheless, I think we're all being put on notice by this whole process to sort of, if in doubt, speak out, and then allow on your colleagues and officer advisors to help us accordingly. I think it is both as simple and as complex as that, I'm afraid. Councillor Harvey, you had your hand up next. I apologise, Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. When this was first presented to us, these items requiring attention and work to be carried out on them, I recall as a member of the single panel that there's one particular thing that I said at the outset was, on many of these issues, I saw the work to be built up by officers. I saw it as an officer role. It's like any other organisation that's dealing with day-to-day management issues, and certainly didn't feel that councillors would be wanting to duplicate that work. And I don't change from that. And I think this document, if it's referred to at the time it's presented, it's a signpost as to what's to be done. It's very concise, it's very clear, it indicates on issues, as far as I'm concerned, where I would hope to see a report being done, there is a report. It tells you which committee or group is addressing that subject, and I congratulate officers on it, and I don't see any reason to tinker with it or its functions.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just thinking through in terms of what's been said, and just 4 quick points. I think the point about full disclosure and the way that a number of members have referred to it is absolutely critical if we're going to move on and build trust and actually have some transparency. And that's very much an important principle I think we need to capture from the Ernst & Young element that has not been there previously. And I very much echo Councillor Gurdon's words on that, in terms of, the context in which a lot of this sits. No administration, no matter what colour it is, should be afraid of full disclosure. And if it is, then it's a statement of its confidence in itself and of itself in that sense. So, how we deal with these issues leading to that principle should be captured, and I'm sure they are. The recording and tracking of the implementation of all of this is what this table needs to be. So, in essence, where we were before, where officers were going off and, they were a major reason, that was a major reason for winding up in the mess that we found ourselves in. We need to capture that balance between what the officers are doing and reporting back to us, and members having the oversight of that. And that's the point. It's not about creating work for anybody, it's about having the work that's being undertaken properly looked over, and then having that, in a sense, the oversight of it in a proper scrutiny function. I'm sure that's where we're going, that's the direction of travel we're heading in, and that's fine. So really the table, and the point about the table is the information it's giving us, sat around here now, working on driving that process forward with the officers. So maybe it is just worth having a second look at the table, the information it is giving, and the signposting. Where is X going to Y, and what is the purpose behind, so that we all know, we're all open and upfront about it. And I guess the point about all members is it affects all members. So surely at some point, most members are going to need to know about most of the things on this list because they directly affect them. For example, declarations of interest. So it's just a point to think about how we capture the information and communicate it.
I was just about to sum up, but I see now Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Parker. So, Councillor Mitchell.
I just want to make sure I'm not mistaking the language we're using here. The word oversight was used. I don't wish to have, I don't think it's appropriate for members of the council to have oversight of officers' work. That's a role of the chief executive. We should make policy and we should make decisions and challenge decisions through call-in or whatever it might be. And we should set the direction for work. We should agree what sort of outcomes we wish to see from the work of the council, as we do in committee all the time. But I'm very concerned that we risk here falling into a trap of giving the impression we agree with the idea. We should get closer and closer and closer to understanding how officers are going about it and what they're thinking about proposing and, you know, how they're working on it and so forth. And I'm sure that wasn't what Paul meant, and he's shaking his head, but that was the word oversight, which is quite different from overview, although it's a subtlety of the language. I just want to make sure we're not accidentally making comments here which are going to get captured somehow, whether the web or anything else, and misunderstood.
Okay, and Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. I haven't understood one or two of the comments from my colleagues. I think I would refer, and regrettably Councillor Keating hasn't seen the email, but there's a very valid point that's made in the officer's email with regard to the new minute structure, which pays reference to, as now, members are encouraged to seek out report authors to answer points of clarification before the meeting. Now, this timetable, schedule of report and actions, we shouldn't be even spending the amount of time that we have done in relation to this. It's there, it's informative, it's historic, it's looking forward, it tells you which committee is to receive a report, it says which item is to have a report. I don't understand why we're still now discussing this particular item. We seem to be either moved forward onto the agenda and gone out of this particular item. Again, I want to reiterate, I think it's very clear, it's very concise, it's easy to understand, and it's doing a very good job. If members care to read it beforehand, if they've got any queries, take it up with the officer, because I know for sure the lead officer is very open to discussion and debate on particular issues. Yeah.
Okay, members, so thank you for your input to that discussion. I think I will sort of pick up a couple of points there, because clearly there are gaps between us getting together in these meetings, so it will be helpful, I think, for me to look at the table with the lead officers and take on board some of the comments around how we can elaborate on some of the descriptions here, and make sure it's clear of where we are in progress and what's going to which committee at what point. I take the point that in terms of principles, not just to guide our own work, but perhaps to guide the Constitutional Working Party that does an awful lot of the actions here and work on our behalf, that we accept some of the principles that Councillor Harvey put forward, that this is all about increasing the level of transparency with which we conduct our business on behalf of the residents, and therefore we should be looking at how we best record and track progress on items that we oversee, whether that's oversight or overview or scrutinise. I leave you to judge the right word, but I do take. But I think the spirit and intent of what Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Harvey jointly said was quite clear, and that in terms of making sure that the outputs from these actions are led by officers perhaps under our direction. They develop the straw man, the first drafts for us. Appropriately then, members have an input in whichever route that is, through whatever committee we've determined. And at a point then when it starts to become a robust documentation or set of principles, or wherever it is we've sought as an output, that's the point at which it enters a suitable committee and ultimately, if needs, goes to a full council. So I think in the round we've kind of all got to the same sort of place, but I recognise that maybe when we started with this table today we'd a little bit forgotten about why it was there and what it was seeking to do. If you're content with that summary, thank you. We shall move on to item 13, which actually is to confirm the members of the Constitutional Working Party so that they can now take forward some of these actions. Currently remind you that the members stated and agreed to stand are Councillors Mrs Baker, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Keating, Councillor Raffel and Councillor Sanders. I take it we don't have any changes or thoughts to that, and we are happy for those members to continue. It's certainly my understanding that those members are going to work with officers on defining the tasks that remain under that Table B, and will then be coming to us with their plan of action for us to overview, scrutinise, influence, or whatever else we want to do. Okay. Thank you then. That moves us on to item 14. Excuse me. Item 14, paper C. And I'll ask Mrs Taylor to introduce this paper for us.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, the paper before you arises from your decision in September last year, in that you wanted to scrutinise the commissioning of Ernst & Young. And first of all, members, I want to say you've been very generous in waiting for this paper while we've worked through some other pressing issues to do with the independent governance report. So the report sets out how I alone have undertaken this review, which has taken approximately 3 months to do. And I just mention that because if you read the bit in the methodology which says I've reviewed emails and looked at webcasts, that has resulted in quite a few files and notes that are currently sitting in my office. I now have a lock on my office door. So in this report, members, I've tried to bring together for you the chronology of the decision-making process. I've tried to shed some further explanation on how certain recommendations came into existence. I've tried to answer some questions for you and given you a management opinion on questions that I've heard you raise and other members raise in this committee. I thought it was appropriate to give my view as one of your directors, and I've done that completely without discussion with any of the other officers involved in the process, although I have shared this report with internal audit, and they have reviewed the box of evidence that I have that backs it up. And then I think most importantly, I have just given a series of 5 recommendations that as one of your directors that I feel that this organisation should embrace to take forward improvements so that we learn from what happened previously and we put better processes in place to make sure it doesn't happen again. But members, that is merely a starter, well, for 5, because there are 5 recommendations, and it's really for you to debate the information that I've pulled together for you and instruct me further if you wish.
Okay, members, what I propose to do is take questions on the report, then allow debate as normal, and would then ask that we go through each of the 5 recommendations and take a view as to whether it is agreed, whether it needs amendment, or rejected. So on that basis, I'll open the floor for questions. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Just really one question, and I'm referring to page 14 of 24, 29 of 360, and item 8, comments from the internal audit. And I'd just like to ask it indicates that there's to be training and awareness programme, and I just want to ask, has that now commenced?
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Through you, Chairman. No, not yet, because we're just reviewing the procurement strategy, so we just need to get that in place. And certainly, is it called training there? Training awareness. Yes, indeed. I think it would benefit for both officers and members having a refresh on the procurement strategy and contract standing orders that this committee agreed back in November 11. We can certainly put a crib sheet on the out to all members to start with as a stopgap, but I think the head of resources would agree with me it's quite complex, so that some face-to-face might be useful there. So work in progress there.
Councillor Mitchell?
Oh, it seems to me an admirably well-structured and well-written report, and thank you for it. I wasn't clear. I got some sort of question on page 29 again of 8.1.4. Where in the final bullet point it says
Councillor Mitchell, can you guide us to where you're looking?
page 26 of 360, 29 of the report.
Ah,
Paragraph 8.1.4.
sorry, thank you. I was looking at the wrong page number. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I fell into the trap of choosing one number instead of citing both. Very confusing. What? 8.1.4, the first numbered paragraph, and the final bullet point of the paragraph, which starts with hindsight. We all gathered together. Nor the IGA actioned the suggested steering group. It's not clear, wasn't clear to me who suggested what steering group. The concept of a steering group, a little bit above in the same paragraph, the concept of a member steering group was not raised at the ARGA meeting, and then it says the suggested steering group. And I wasn't quite clear how those two things hung together.
I can take that through you, Chairman. If members recall, on the Ernst & Young specification, they suggested that they would give regular updates through a steering group to a small group of members, and the reference there is that it wasn't debated at the committee at the time, and in fact I've been in meetings at subsequent meetings where you've said I wish we'd have thought of pulling that steering group together. So it's that.
Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome this report, irrespective of its length, because it does help enormously in what could be a very complex issue, what it is described on occasion within the report, a very complex issue, but in reality could well be less complex. I wanted to ask you a question first, Chair. I have marked 16 points within the 360 pages. Only 16 points within the 360 pages as issues I would wish to raise or clarify. And how would you wish me to deal with those points? Thank you.
Right, the first thing I'd say, the paper we're on at the moment is paper C, which is the short paper. No, we're on paper C. We haven't got to paper D yet, and paper D is the 360. So, I'm happy to take anything on. So, I'm looking at pages 16 of 360 to 39 of 360, which is a relatively, yeah. So are there questions on that area, or you getting ahead of yourself? Perhaps. Okay. Yeah. Councillor Parker?
Shall I just put my hand up just to note that I want to make some comment? I know we're sort of in between questions, but I just wasn't sure where we were now in regard to paper C. I'd like to make comment, not question.
Okay, we're still on paper C, questions. Unless Councillor Cubitt. Thank you.
I also wish to speak in the comments section, but I have two I have a lot of concerns with this whole process. It won't surprise any of you here that I think the whole process has been a farce, and I think it's been an insult to the electorate. And I think it's been, I think that we as members have been treated with utter contempt throughout the entire process. The questions that I would like to ask at this stage, and I would appreciate it, Councillor Leake, if you were quiet whilst I spoke. And if you think it's not worth
Councillor
listening
Cubitt,
to
can we just
or
have the
reading,
question,
I just
please?
suggest that Councillor Leake doesn't
can we
bother
just
coming
have
to
the
these meetings.
yes? Can we
because he
just
always
have the
gets so
question,
wound up
please,
about
Councillor
it.
Cubitt?
Yeah.
Can we just have the question?
I'm always polite when he talks. I expect the same respect.
And I expect you to respect the chair, and I've asked you to go
Right.
forward with your questions as we're in questions.
Okay. The original independence governance audit could not have been more explicit. More than 50% of the queries that were raised by the EPISCOM, or EPP as you wish to call it, related to legal matters. When Mr. Guy went through the tender process and selected 6, there was an enormous price differentiation between the 6 parties that were going to be approached to do the independent governance audit. The price ranged from 11,000 to 100,000. And the 11,000 were public law experts. And the 100,000, which was really the one that was an outlier, was...
I'm going to press you for a question.
No, there is a question coming.
Yeah, well, can we
Okay,
get
and
to
this is
the
an
question,
extremely
please?
important point.
Yeah, I don't argue that, but I need to get to a question.
The outlier was Ernst & Young. It was the most expensive by an enormous amount, and it was 100,000. And the question is this. I still cannot understand from the paper that has been produced by these officers how it is that Ernst & Young was selected on the basis of the 9th of March presentation, on the basis of a 3-pronged phase approach, and on the basis that Mr. Guy in person said to all of us that the reason why we should hire Ernst & Young was because of this celebrated public law expert, Mr. Dara Singh. Okay? And the question is this. Given that on the 9th of March, it could not have been more explicit in the pitch that Ernst & Young made to us that they were going to undertake the legal advice, and it could not have been made more explicit to us that the reason why we should go for the outlier, the considerably more expensive option, was because of the celebrated Mr. Dara Singh, who apparently is an expert on public law as well. How we ended up in a situation where, after the council meeting in July, a renegotiation with Kevin Jaquest took place so that the phases got rolled into one without consultation with us. And how is it that we ended up appointing a third party at extortionate amount of taxpayers' money, which wasn't ever going to be able to fulfill 50% of the questions for which it was instructed?
Having pressed you for a question, I now have a series of questions, and I'm not quite sure where I start with allocating a response on those. The report has gone into quite some detail about the process of procurement, and it has looked quite broadly and deep at all of the decision points, what occurred at each decision point, and what did not occur. That recognises that there are some learning points for the council to redress through training, awareness and development. I'm genuinely at a loss to know how we can take your mix of commentary and questions into a single formed question that I can ask the lead officer to respond on. If you can help me with that, with a formulated question, then I would be happy to take that further.
I'm sorry, Chairman. I've just asked a very specific question, okay? It wasn't commentary. I was merely contextualizing the question. I shall repeat the question. It is a very explicit and specific question. How is it that we selected the most expensive option, despite the fact that the Independence Governance Audit's remit was more than 50% relating to public law questions, and we selected the outlier, the most expensive option, on the basis not only that they would deal with the legal questions that had been raised in the independent governance questions, but we also selected Ernst & Young. Oh, you don't like the question?
Don't talk to me, talk to the chairman.
Yeah.
Uh, cons-
So Councillor Cubitt, is your
Conservatives have
question?
now walked out.
Is your question?
They're blame dodgers. They don't like the question.
Councillor Cubitt.
I'm not even going to bother.
Right, okay, is your question?
I find it as such an insult to democracy that those two senior Conservatives have walked out. I am asking a very reasonable question. We have gone through a one-year farce. We have wasted more than £100,000 of this council's tax. And not only that, but there were some very serious offences that have been committed by this council, namely that unlawfully Manydown was removed from the
I
equation.
disagree that you can carry, I'm trying to help here and frame a question that I can get a single answer to. Now, bear with me a second, just bear with, and I was just about to repeat that back to you when we went off on a tangent. What I would also ask is you refrain from talking about serious offences having been committed when we're at a point that what has been dealt with, and other allegations that you seem to keep making have not yet been substantiated or brought forward. Now, hang on. So what I'm trying to get to at the moment is at this point in the questions on this paper, is your question along the lines of how do we select the option of Ernst & Young, which is the most expensive and potentially, in hindsight, was unable to complete the full brief? Is that the context of the question? I'm just trying to get it to simplified because you asked a lot of questions in your contextualising, and I'm trying to get to a point where I can actually ask someone to answer it.
Right. I will ask it again. How is it that we selected the most expensive option on the table on the basis that A, we were going to have Mr. Darasingh, who by the way did no work on this project whatsoever, because when we asked Ernst & Young, we were then subsequently advised that he hadn't been involved. So we selected the most expensive option under the belief that on the 9th of March, when they did the pitch, A, we would have Mr. Darasingh, who has public sector experience, and B, they would deal with the legal advice. And we ended up spending 100,000 and not getting 50% of the audit answered. That's my first question. I think it's quite simple.
Yes, thank you. It's much more helpful when you present it in that way. Can I ask Mr. Guy to respond? Thank you.
Chairman, I think it's important to bear in mind that in April 2012, Ernst & Young were appointed only to do phase 1, which was a limited piece of work in the order of about, from memory, about £6,500. That was required because we were very concerned at the range of costs we got. And that range of costs was because the nature of the work we wanted carried out was not at all clear. We then had Ernst & Young come back with their responses to that. It was then the wish of this committee on the 21st of May, I think it was, and then went up to full council, that Ernst & Young specifically be appointed to carry out the rest of the work.
Thank you. Can I, is there
whilst I hear what he says, I'm afraid I cannot accept it. It's complete form of revisionism. The pitch that Ernst & Young gave us on the 9th of March could not have been more explicit.
Do you have a further question?
No.
Do you have we are in questions, but I'm not going to constrain you from debate later on, but I am looking for a further question, either clarification or response to...
Okay, well, can Mr. Guy then please explain why the day after full council, the day after full council, Kevin Jacques was given permission to renegotiate the terms of a contract with Ernst & Young, so that we, the members, believed, because one would believe, that if 50% of the independence governance audit related to public law matters, we believed that the pitch that was given to us on the 9th of March 2012 was what we were going to be getting. Why is it that Kevin Jacques, on immediately after the July meeting, at the instruction of Mr. Guy, renegotiated the contract with Ernst & Young and explicitly accepted that legal advice was not to be included.
Chairman, by the time it had been to full council, it was clear that my name was going to be part of the investigation. So from that point onwards, as you can see from the report, I personally didn't take any further part in it. So on that point, I'll hand over to Kevin.
Yeah, you've asked.
That wasn't the point of my question. My point is that we, the members of this audit and governance, believe that the Ernst & Young remit, despite being the most expensive, was going to follow the route of phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Even in the May meeting, we believed that to be the case, and we certainly believed that public law matters were going to be answered, because we would have been perverse to have instructed an audit governance to have taken place which wasn't going to deal with 50% of the points that had been raised by EPP. That would have been perverse. So why, therefore, the day after full council, would a senior officer of this council have then agreed to changing, without reference to our committee, a renegotiation of the terms of Ernst & Young, and acknowledging and accepting that Ernst & Young would not, A, be instructing the lawyers, which is what they promised us both in the May and in the pitch in March, and that we would be personally responsible for the legal costs of any advice that we sought on public law matters.
So your question relates to the instruction the day after full council by the head of resources. Because it's quite difficult when the comments are being made to just get to the crux of the matter. I don't want someone asking. I don't want the question to be misinterpreted. I want to be understood, so I know we're asking the right questions and getting the right response from the right officer. Initially, the question was put to Mr. Guy. He's indicated that he isn't the person to answer it, so I was just trying to clarify the question actually that's being put now is for Mr. Quest. Are you able to assist us?
I can try, Chair. Couple of points in response. I didn't renegotiate anything. The agreement that council made was to appoint Ernst & Young for phase 2, and it was a schedule of the work that they had agreed with this committee as part of the scoping that would be undertaken as part of that work. What I was doing was facilitating the continuation of that contract. There was a contract extension was necessary so that they could undertake the work that full council had requested by name that they did. So I wasn't renegotiating with them. I was understanding what they were going to do, making sure that their outputs complied with what had gone to full council, which they did. The final report was produced by Ernst & Young. It followed through the stages that they said they would go through to do that, and the information that they said they would need to get, and it came with legal advice. And it was always clear, my understanding was, it was always clear that that legal advice would have to come from a barrister, and that legal advice did come from a barrister, and it was part of their final report.
Just as following, can you confirm to me, because I've seen the scope letter, that for the first time in the revised mandate, it explicitly states we accept that Ernst & Young is not responsible for the legal advice. And yet, on the 9th of March 2012, and in May, when I had to be a temporary chairman because the Conservatives didn't turn up at all, I asked the senior partner at Ernst & Young, will you be responsible for the legal advice? And she confirmed, and I've watched the webcast a number of times, and she confirms that we instruct the lawyer. So for the first time, when you signed that mandate immediately after full council, at the behest of Mr. Guy, it said for the first time in the mandate from Ernst & Young, no legal advice will be provided by us, Ernst & Young. And I go back to the first point. It is utterly bizarre, in the extreme, and negligent, in my opinion, to instruct a third party to undertake an audit for which it cannot fulfill 50% of the instruction.
I don't know whether you can add any further. The fact was the instruction was made and it's now recognised that there were,
Chuck, I can add two things probably. One, it wasn't at the behest of Mr. Guy. That's very clear, and Mr. Guy's made that clear as well. And two, yes, I did sign the continuation letter that explicitly said that the legal advice would be separate, but still within part of their final report. If they needed legal advice to produce their final report, then they would request it.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points really on this line of questions, because what struck me at the time, coming as a visiting member, and why he's speaking at those committees, and why this is incredibly relevant to the issue of how this came about, is that this committee was very clear, and it was given an assurance by the person who stood and tendered for the work that they would undertake the legal issues. That changed in any way, shape and form should have come back to this committee. It didn't. This committee did not vary its decision that it made earlier in the year. Therefore, I don't have an issue with this, and this is the point really. And this is a difficult question, but I will ask it. How did the head of resources take that decision? What reporting mechanisms did you go through to the head of resources in order that it was a valid decision for you to take, and that you didn't consult, or who did you consult, or how did you consult to make the decision? Because surely should it have not come back to this committee because it was a significant variation of what had been agreed?
Chair, I don't think, I didn't regard at the time that it was a significant variation to the terms of the appointment that full council had made. So I didn't do it in the knowledge that there was a different outcome expected or required, or so to my mind, I wasn't varying what had been agreed by full council in their appointment. What I was trying to do was, and I'd come back from leave literally the same day or the day before, what I was trying to do was to expedite the appointment because there was very tight deadlines. Members wanted the investigation carried out in a timely manner from the reputable company that had been appointed and named, and therefore, in my eyes, it was a continuation of the full council decision, and I was actioning that.
So I guess my question then flows from that, just this is the last thing I'll say on this point, is the actual chain of command on this. Because obviously in the context, and I'll raise the other issues in terms of the head of governance and the issue, at that point saying, I'm handing this to you, head of resources, what was involved in that decision? Should it have been yourself? Should it have been a senior director over yourself in that respect? In terms of taking that decision, what I can't get away from to the head of resources is the fact that it fundamentally is at variance where this committee was at its previous meetings. Regardless of trying to implement the decision, I understand what you're saying, but the point is what you did was at variance to where this committee was in its decision making, or at least what it thought the direction of travel was.
Well, I've explained. That didn't register with me as an issue, and that wasn't how I saw it. But I understand what you're saying, Councillor, on that. The other point about how should we have gone forward, I mean, I think the report from the director highlights the fact that there is a big learning point from the process, which is making sure it's very clearly established up front what the project lead is, what the project is, what the responsibilities are. I was operating in this instance very much alone, given that the director, one of the directors was on leave, one had left, the CX and the head of governance, or the monitoring officer, had both exempted themselves from any involvement. So I was the person in the council at that stage.
The only issue I have with that is that, with all respect in what you've said, is there are exchanges of emails going on throughout this with those other members of staff. So while they, in the beginning point of discussing this, there are emails and questions being raised. I raised one. And look at the timeline, it's all in there. There's a timeline of questions and emails and exchanges. That's something else to point out. If we are accepting, and this is really important to the integrity of this entire process, that we're highlighting issues here, then I'm quite happy to take that away. If the officers are saying, and I think I understand what Kevin is saying in terms of what the head of resources is saying in terms of how the decision was taken, I then have a concern that the head of resources was left in that position in those circumstances. That's something to capture.
I think it's fair to say that the report covers a number of areas where process and accountabilities need to be reflected upon going forward, and the situation certainly was not ideal and needs to be addressed in any type of strategic or significant decision going forward.
Forgive me, Chair, you're capturing that. There's 2 points. Yes, you're right, but there's also the retrospective, because that very issue reflects upon the integrity of this entire process. It reflects upon what has happened, as important as how you then take it forward. Because as an opposition member, I can say I have considerable disquiet at what has happened and the way it has been allowed to unfurl, and then obviously my view on the integrity of this entire investigation.
Yes, I think my intent was not to take away from the reflection of what has happened, but to recognise we are trying to move forward, and also to recognise that the report does not reflect any malintent when people were put in a position that perhaps wasn't ideal. It wasn't. They could have chosen not to act at all, or to act in good faith, and then find out perhaps they didn't act in a perfect way. And I think there's an issue of looking backwards and looking forwards, and we need to reflect that. I see you, Councillor Cooper. I've got Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Keating, and then back to you, okay? Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just listening to the interactions there. I'm just wondering whether the director, who's the person who's actually looked into all this on our behalf, and whose report it is, does the director, having viewed all the webcast stuff and the various other bits of evidence, feel that the committee may have been misled by Ernst & Young into expecting that they would themselves, including through specialist expertise they had or would directly engage, would cover all the aspects, including the public law aspects, and that seems to be where we're being told we started. I don't have total recall, but I do remember the meeting. And subsequently that Ernst & Young, whether through interaction with officers or of their own accords, backed away from that. I mean, is that your impression, or have you got a different impression of what you think occurred?
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. The matters you're debating at the moment are on pages 8 of 24 and 9 of 24. That's page 23 and 24 of the agenda number. And it is my view, and I set it out there, that there was a full debate regarding the procurement of the legal advice. And as Councillor Mrs. Cubitt explains it, yes, she was, if I may, particularly direct in trying to establish that Ernst & Young could procure that advice. And as it says within those paragraphs, the lead partner from Ernst & Young also said, yes, we usually do it this way, but we have done it the other way. So, but I believe from that debate, which the lengthy part of the debate was around that Ernst & Young were familiar and were used to obtaining legal advice, and would then integrate it in the report. My opinion that I give a little bit later on is that really, and you know, I'm the senior lead in the room, and I've spoken to the two officers about it since, is that those officers were also in the room and should have remembered that debate. And I firmly believe that both the head of governance in the first phase and the head of resources in the second phase attempted to discharge the will of this committee as swiftly and promptly and accurately as possible. And I truly believe that the head of resources just got on with the job. But I actually think those officers should have remembered that actually that was a prime matter for this committee to debate, and should have come back to you to say, this is the situation now, Ernst & Young don't wish to procure. If we want to progress with this, I am going to have to. And we've learnt with that, and we need to go forward with that now.
given that, do we have any clue as to why Ernst & Young took that view? Because that wasn't the view they'd expressed when they came here. Do we have any background to that and why that changed?
Well, members, as you'll be aware, I joined then, and yes, and you have previous members of the committee have been provided this in pink papers because the question around procurement of legal advice has been queried before, and my understanding is that quite simply Ernst & Young sent the head of resources an email that said, we need you to procure a barrister. I'm sure head of resources could expand if there was any pre-dialogue. I have no evidence that there was.
Okay, I've got Councillor Parker, Keating and Cubitt. Yeah,
I make specific reference to that comment that Ms. Taylor's just made because we know that there was a meeting because Ernst & Young sent an email to Mr. Jaquest saying, Kevin, further to our meeting last Wednesday, the 1st of August, our revised extensions of scope letter, we've considered the further need for legal advice, and given that our scope of work is exclusive of legal opinions, the procurement of legal advice will need to be undertaken by the council. And that's an email that was sent on the 8th of August.
yeah, I think that's relevant and helpful. It doesn't change the response, so I think that, but it's helpful. Thank you. Councillor Parker and then Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. I'm continuing on this particular aspect, and it's a question to Head of Resources. By reading the report, it's quite clear, and we've covered it a couple of times in regard to Ernst & Young passing the responsibility back to this local authority to appoint the lawyer. At that point in time, and then that was subsequently confirmed to have been done, that the chair and vice chair were advised legal advice had been procured on the 23rd of August. Was there any attempt made or suggestion made to Ernst & Young that in that context their fee would need to be reviewed and revised?
I didn't particularly have that discussion with them because that their original fee had was being done within that appointment, so I didn't have that separate discussion with them. No.
I leave this, maybe I have to leave it to debate, but I don't understand why not. My understanding from the papers that I've read, from the range of fees that were quoted first, from about 6,500 upwards to 100,000, and one assumed that from the presentation given by Ernst & Young, that this was, as we call it, like an all-in comprehensive package deal that we were getting here, and we weren't. It would seem very clear from that email and from that possible conversation, we weren't getting a full package. So my question then to the officer has to be, why not?
The discussions on the fee were detailed in the fee extension, so they were providing the services that were in the fee extension, and at the discounted rates that they said were part of the contract. And I didn't see that it was necessary. I didn't think, to be honest, that we were going to need to renegotiate that fee. The fee was set at 94,000 or something at that fee extension stage. So whether that included already an element of reduction for that, I assume that it did.
Just to give a bit of background to that, it's very interesting because you see where everything. Sorry, Councillor Mitchell's asked me to speak quieter. it's very interesting is that we, the members of Audit and Governance that deigned to turn up in May, believed that Ernst & Young had done phase 1, was going to do phase 2 and phase 3. Now, it was very explicit in the pitch they gave us on the 9th of March that phase 2 and phase 3 were going to be worked out on charge-out rates, depending on which partner was involved, and therefore, when we approved proceeding with Ernst & Young to the next phase, we believed that that pink paper of their costs was a projected cost, was an estimated cost, because we thought we were going to get charged by the hour, because that's how they'd pitched us. So it was an absolute stupefying event to discover that somebody had renegotiated completely the terms and that they'd actually got a fixed rate deal of 94 grand, which excluded legal advice.
Again, I think your reflection is helpful and doesn't change the fact that you've already made the point very clearly that what was seen in March, discussed in May, and then subsequently procured by way of extension does not flow through as a sensible chain of events. And yeah, I think we understand that.
Who decided that it should be a fixed price, and why were we, the members, not told it was suddenly a fixed price contract?
And so I think we understand how that decision got made and who made it. The fact was, I don't think it was a fixed price agreement, and I'm not sure that we can. We can't undo the past in the sense that we already know that the chain of events did not make true sense in terms of how it was tasked, how it was interpreted, and who took those actions. I'm trying to get us to move forward to it. Okay.
I just wanted to clarify, Chair, that when I was talking about the price on the extension, that was the capped level. It wasn't a fixed fee.
I'm sorry, I have to differ, because when we then discussed, given that they weren't doing legal, could we have some money back, and how much money have you spent on Dara Singh, for example, who's a very senior partner, she said, oh, well, we haven't worked it out on an amalgamated charge-out rate, which is normal for Ernst & Young. We've just charged you a set price. And she then said, and by the way, Dara Singh hasn't done any work on it.
I can't change the facts that we all know, and they are as we know them. I'm trying to get to a point where we can actually, explore some questions that move us forward. I can say I think we've just heard it said that it wasn't fixed price. The way that the fee and tasking changed, I'm not sure we are moving forward. I've got Councillor Keating next, and I'll leave you reflect on those and come back with other questions once Councillor Keating's asked his.
Thank you, Chair. It's on this issue, but it's a slightly different point. I'm quite clear in my recollection that when Ernst & Young came along after we invited them to pitch to do the investigation, they were specifically asked, did their pitch include would their investigation and their report include legal advice? It wasn't accidental or obliquely referred. They were specifically asked, and I'm not sure who specifically asked it, but I can assure you it was asked. When we came back to the issue in May, I think, we were never told at that point, oh, we changed our approach and we're going to exclude legal advice. And at that point, we reconfirmed their appointment to finish the job. Now, it doesn't matter which officer did what or whatever in one respect, because I do accept nobody had a malicious intent in any shape or form. But the issue for me is, if we specifically as a committee endorse and approve, not just rubber stamp, endorse and approve an investigation which is going to include legal advice, because we were talking big bucks, if that didn't happen, then without our consent, knowledge or approval, and the knowledge bit is the important bit there, then something has gone dramatically wrong. And we should put it as a point to pick up forevermore. Thank you.
I think that's a helpful explanation of the discussion we've had, whether you thought it was related or not. And I think you've already heard from Mrs. Taylor in respect of how she viewed the fact that there was a disconnect between what was heard, stated as a brief by the committee, and what was then translated into actions by officers when they were presented with a further brief on phases 2 and 3 from Ernst & Young. I don't, I take the point, and I think it's an absolutely valid one that we have to reflect on. I'm not sure that by asking it again we get any different answer, but I think it's a useful comment. I've got Councillor Cubitt. I said she'd come back, and then Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Cubitt.
I'll leave it to debate.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell.
I'm not going to try and go to the specific points of the report, but the report says in terms that these things need a clear lead officer, and I totally agree with that. As opposed to being, this was that, and that. However, one of the things that's clearly caused or contributed to a disconnect here is the fact that in this case, which let's hope is exceptional, but in this case, we had officers who felt the need to exclude themselves from further participation for good reason. You could have the wonderful lead officer on the thing. If the lead officer excludes themselves, you're in real difficulty. And do you think we've covered that in the recommendations effectively? It seems to me that although we hope it's never going to happen again, it's good contingency planning, and that maybe there should be a fallback officer who is not involved in the case, who's nominated as being the second, who takes over the thing, and has sufficient knowledge of what's going on and what's gone on to avoid this disconnect that we've been debating just now, or questioning.
Through you, Councillor Chair. Yes, I absolutely agree. I mean, in the last 8 months, we have reviewed how our management team works together as a team. There are 3 senior leaders, chief executive, 2 directors, and we have a group of heads of service. And how we're working as a team now is that any of those heads of service should be able to undertake a significant piece of work that needn't necessarily be in their work area. I mean, I'm sure if you scanned around the names that you can think of other heads of service who could have led this work. So yes, absolutely. And I think I make mention in here around, taking the principles of project management. Yes, you need a sponsor, you need a lead, you need somebody to be accountable for this. And really, members, as I've said, we needed to be clearer on that accountability, and if there was a change, how that change was validated. And that needs to happen now in the future, and I would hope it does happen now because of the learning we've picked up from here.
Short supplementary, and just trying to sort of crisp this up. Is it your view that there is no merit in going back to Ernst & Young and challenging them, that the paper trail says that they are not at fault?
Councillor Chair, I mean, you can hear your colleagues mention. I don't believe there's any merit in returning to Ernst & Young. Yeah. The debate was clear, and Councillor Mrs. Cubitt was there and led that point on the debate around who can procure the legal advice, and there was a discussion with the Ernst & Young colleague at the time. They did, when pressed again, and it's there on the webcast, and I've noted it in my notes, said, but we have done both. So for them, either was an option, but it's my belief that this committee thought that they would procure the legal advice when they left the room. That changed, and officers should have found a way to tell members that, is where we are.
Okay, thank you. I think we've sort of done that issue. Councillor Cubitt, you have a fresh question?
Do you think anybody in this council has any responsibility for wrongdoing as a result of this process?
I say, can you help me? I'm really not trying to be pedantic here. Can you help me with wrongdoing in terms of, because I think we've heard a number of officers this afternoon state that there were things that could and should have been handled differently and better, and they take responsibility and accountability for that.
I come from a private sector background, and in the private sector background where I come from, when people do wrong, they have to resign or get fired. Does the lead officer believe,
If you'd like
does
to
the
finish
lead
your question.
officer, sorry, it's all these interruptions from these senior conservatives who barrack me from the back, but get offended if I did return the compliment. They've got very thin skins. Does the lead officer not believe that anybody was responsible or accountable for anything that's happened in this council that resulted in the fact that we got lost a judicial review? We wasted a huge amount of money on the core strategy that was quashed, that we were beseeched not to publish, and we published. Is it your view that no one is responsible? Because ostensibly that's the end result, is that apparently everyone is blameless.
Can we stay within the brief?
I asked the question first, and then you asked me to contextualise it, and now I've contextualised it, and you're still not happy.
No, I'm not. It's not for my job to be happy or anything, just to be clear of the questions we've been asked. And we're talking in the paper today. I think we've already heard the lead officer say that people are not beyond reproach in terms of things that could have been done differently and indeed should have been done differently. I think it's fair to ask the lead officer to respond on the question in relation to this paper and the actions within it. I think I was simply drawing a line in terms of your broadening the issue to the responsibility for loss of the judicial review. I don't think that's something that I necessarily see within the scope of this particular line of questioning at the moment. That's all I was seeking to clarify. I'll ask Mrs. Taylor if she wants to respond.
Thank you, Chairman. It's my opinion that officers tried to deliver the will of this committee. I've said it and I'll say it again. I believe officers could have done that better, and officers could have done that better by there being a more open and transparent dialogue between officers and members, and that also has been identified in the Ernst & Young report, in that we need to start to move, that we have better working relationships. I think officers were under pressure to deliver, but I think they did so with the best of intention. But senior officers were leading the procurement. Phase 1, my colleague, Head of Governance. Phase 2, my colleague, the Head of Resources. And as you've indicated, emails were being sent between other senior officers in the council. Officers needed to be accountable and needed to say if the brief was going to change. But I don't believe anyone has committed any malintent. I don't believe anyone has undertaken any wrongdoing. And if there are matters to be discussed with the lead officers at the time, the Head of Governance and the Head of Resources, then that will be taken through the line and dealt with as part of normal process with officers.
Okay, members, are we concluding questions into... So we're into debate. I've got Councillor Cubitt, Mitchell and Harvey. Oh, okay, so... Right, sorry, yes, Councillor Parker was first. Sorry, Councillor Parker, that's twice today I've ignored you. I do apologise.
Thank you, Chair. This is a very sad situation. And I think regard has to be given to, in my view, that my experience of officers of this council is that wherever it's been possible, they've shown exemplary due diligence. Mistakes have been made, and they are quite severe, in my view. But I actually believe, and I go to the... it probably should have been a question and I forgot to actually ask it, but I can introduce it through the debate because I would put it forward as a suggestion to the lead officer. And if the Chief Executive was here, I would be asking that question of him as well. We've had over several years now, members of this council been presented with reports on how savings at staff have been achieved and expressing how much money has been saved. But invariably that's involved shrinking of departments in the sense of officer numbers, management levels taking on additional responsibilities. And I think this is part of our problem that we've now have been struggling with. Because on the page 30 of 316, 15 of 24, if I had got my yellow tabs numbered, I would have been asking the officer where it talks about, and Councillor Mitchell quite rightly picked up the point about that it's a clear arrival of a way forward on this is that there should have been a project manager, senior lead. My question would have been, my suggestion is that in situations like this, we possibly don't have that capacity of the available officer with sufficient capacity to take on such a large project and to give it the type of time that is required and to see it through to fulfilment without making this type of error. And so we've got to look back at that, and I think we've got to better understand that maybe staff savings, as commendable as they are, staff number reductions, as appropriate as they might be, sometimes you can get carried away. And so I would question whether we do have available suitable officer with the required skills and seniority without creating further overload to what they are now currently dealing with. And I'm not looking for excuses for people. I've mentioned this, I've debated it to this when I've been a member of Human Resources Committee for several years now, and I've always questioned. And I see it I see this in the course of ward work, in several aspects of this council's business, where there's no doubt about it, officers would like to do better. But in my view, within the workload that they're currently presented with, there's not that opportunity. So I don't want us to be going down the route of looking for an individual responsibility. I've never had any appetite for that. I think what has also gone wrong here, we have been very weak-kneed in our treatment of Ernst & Young. We needed to go back at a very early stage, and I think that needed a head figure lead. If anything needed a head figure lead, that did. And I would wonder maybe who that ought to have been, because the facts and figures no doubt were well known and reported back via the executive committee. I don't understand why we didn't go back to these people and say at the relevant stages, you've not done us a very good job here, and you've, to some extent, I feel, if I was the client, I would say, well, let's review what you've charged me for. And I wouldn't have let go on that. I think there needed to be a much more hard negotiation in respect of the fee for the work that that particular professional organisation carried out. And I don't like the implications here, in the sense that they feel themselves justified to have charged this local authority for such the poor level of work for such a high fee. I perhaps would like, Chair, maybe if further thought comes to mind through debate, I'd like to come back, as being the first speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. I've got Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Keating, then Councillor Harvey and Councillor Cupid. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Chairman. Stuart gave me a few minutes to think a little more, and I agree with much of what he said. Officers make mistakes. Some councillors even might make mistakes. Well, maybe most councillors make mistakes. I certainly make mistakes, and some might say I do little else with my time. Although Paul wouldn't say that, he's much too decent a fellow. Throughout all the ramifications of this process, and I've spoken about this in full council, there's been a very clear whiff in the air of heads must roll, looking for the guilty parties, whether officers or members. Now, the reason I want to speak early in this discussion, which I hope won't go on forever, is to put on very clear record my own view that people should not, whether in the private or the public sector, be punished or castigated for making honest mistakes. The private sector has been mentioned, and that's also my background. And one characteristic of the public sector that has caused over the years and decades and continues to cause and prevent positive development or delay it, and in some cases cause actual harm, and I could give examples of this, has been in some cases too high a degree of risk aversion. I want officers to be bold, just as I'd like members to be bold. We're going into meetings tomorrow and the next day where we need to be a bit more bold than some officers would have us be. And that's risky. We might want to make bold decisions as members that officers tell us may not survive the inspectorate. Some of us would say, well, that will be the inspectorate's fault. I want officers to be bold in coming forward with propositions that are interesting and exciting and innovative, and take the risk that members will challenge them and try to reverse them even if Cabinet approves them. And I really do urge that we move on from this. It's been looked at in more depth than I would like to have seen, and some people will not be satisfied, it would appear, unless and until we get heads rolling. I would like us to move on from this. I think we've got an excellent report before us. I think we could perhaps concentrate some time on even strengthening some of the recommendations rather than going back and arguing about who did what to whom on which day at what time of the afternoon, and focus our attention on making sure that while officers quite rightly manage their work as diligently and carefully as possible with the best oversight possible from the chief executive and directors, that we do not inadvertently introduce risk aversion of the wrong nature. And the question, and there were two things in the papers, in the news this week, where, for example, two schools in an area, fortunately not this area, had closed swimming pools. And the report said it was the health and safety executive had required them to close. Truth of the matter is the health and safety executive had required no such thing. Health and safety executive had drawn attention to some risks, and the head teacher in a school next door said, right, understand the risks, I'm going ahead with my pool. Two other head teachers said, oh, we better close the pool, and the governors didn't stop them. And we really need to avoid any further impression generated by ourselves as members that if anybody makes a mistake, is foolish enough to make a mistake on our behalf in the course of their work, which is because of their honest view that they're doing the best they can and what they're asked to do, that we will seek ways to find and punish the guilty people. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I've got councillors Keating and Harvey, and I'm not quite sure which order you came in, so if you want to fight amongst yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This report and the independent audit report from Ernst & Young is effectively the culmination of 6 years of events. And I'm not going to go into the fine detail of those events at this point. I'll wait for later in the paper. But my opinion is that if committees, members of committees, make decisions, they go away, and certainly I go away, confident, normally, that the decision of the committee will be implemented. Having got to the point where we were appointing an independent audit and governance people, we were doing it because of a history of suspicion about what was happening and where and when and why and how. So when I arrived at the committee to talk about let's have an investigation, and it was my motion, by the way, in the first place, that suggested we do need an investigation. And my goodness gracious me, was that not justified? But I went away from the committee in March, having fully examined Ernst & Young. Will you do this? Will you provide legal advice? Will it be comprehensive? Will you give us a report that we won't have to go anywhere else? And they said yes. Now, I'm effectively condensing the issues, but they said yes. And it was because they said yes that we examined their fees and other arrangements with less than full examination, because they were doing what we wanted them to do. We weren't telling them what the results should be. We were telling them what we wanted them to do. And they said, no problem. Now, they didn't say, no problem, but we might do it the other way. They never said that. At any point when they said, and we've done both, they were simply confirming that their approach was different for different things. We were not asking them to do different things. We were asking them to do one thing. And that included legal advice. Now, the point I'm making is, when that is so clear and so simple, then it is legitimate, I suggest, for me and other councillors on that committee to expect that to happen. And it didn't. And not only did it not happen the way we wanted it and the way we asked for it, it happened the change happened behind our backs, and we were never told until very late in the process. So that is a key factor for me. But that then raises the question of the competence of officers. And in all honesty, I've been a councillor for 14 years. I've actually said to the chief executive, I have constantly been surprised at the high quality of officers that we have. And I said today, I've never suggested or would wish to suggest that any officer acted with bad malice or intentionally did the wrong thing. And I don't. But if we can't get the basics right, the committee has decided this. If we all we have to do is record it, either from the webcast or from the minutes, and then say to whoever is dealing with it, that's the decision you're implementing. But we don't even seem to do that, which I find appalling, absolutely appalling. That's the decision you're implementing. Now, the other scenario is, did we get it right? I think we got it right. But it has cost this council at least £20,000 in legal advice, because we didn't implement what was decided, and it was changed. We've had two barristers' reports. And when you look at one, the last one, it says the previous barrister was all wrong. That's really worrying. However, I'll stop there for the moment. Thank you.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. I think Sean and others are right in terms of where this has now taken us to. But we cannot move forward from this without acknowledging in the right way how we have wound up here. And the issue going forward is the confidence and the trust and the relationships that need to be established, because they were very sorely not there over the past 6 years. It hasn't been helped by the politics that's been overlaid with this, and that's probably fair to say on both sides before anybody starts criticising. But the points of resisting an inquiry and desiring an inquiry are the points that stand out from that. It was wrong of the Conservative administration and members to resist the inquiry put by opposition members who, in their role seeking to scrutinise, had every right and should have had the overriding decision on, and to take it that far, having to push it that far in every single occasion in committee and in council, has not been healthy for us as a body politic in this place, really, nor has it been good for officers. You cannot escape, and we cannot escape, that officers with responsibilities have been quintessentially part of decisions and have influenced decisions and have taken decisions throughout this entire process. So there is an element, and we should look to the Nolan principles in this, of accountability for what you do in public office. We hold public office as councillors. Officers run this organisation in the name of the people they're supposed to we represent. There is a relationship there, a democratic relationship that is fundamental in terms of trust. So that's my starting point in my head. Okay. You read the report, and what is clear to me in all the conversations we've had so far, that from start to finish this entire process has been a catalogue of errors. It has been a severe series of mistakes that have been made. And one of the things I said from the outset was that both the Chief Executive and the Head of Governance, because of the issues that were raised right at the outset, before we even got this far, they should have never ever been near this. The Chief Executive should have never placed the Head of Governance in the position he was placed in to start with. It should have been taken on board by a senior officer at that time, completely separately, so that they were never placed in that position. So at the end, yes, this probably does go all the way back to the Head of Paid Service. And in the context of that has been repeatedly said, always been said. When I said it, came along here, sat in speaking to your committee as a visiting member, I said that. So the manner in which responsibilities are discharged and the way that the pressure was placed on people, because this was about this organisation investigating itself. It was about officers taking a decision in support of a recommendation made by this committee to conduct an investigation of this organisation. So if we ever find ourselves in that position in the future, how we legitimately secure somebody who can conduct an appropriate investigation into what has gone on in this place is a really critical point. The reason I raise that is because of those conflicts of interest as I perceive them, and because of what has gone on that has been exemplified, totally laid bare, if you like, in this report, it then raises the question of the integrity of the entire process. Because why did we choose, or rather, why were Ernst & Young chosen? We haven't actually answered that question. Why were they chosen above the others on that list? That question has not been answered satisfactorily in my mind. Why was EY's pitch, in the way it was pitched, not taken down in either minutes or recorded or acted upon in the way that it should have been at the committee? Because it was the committee at which they said their piece. Therefore, from that point, a series of decisions and a series of actions should flow. And if they couldn't fulfil, and if they changed the goalposts in the way that they did, that should have been red flagged. That's a really important point. Because what we've wound up with is a report half done by EY and legal opinions half done by the legal opinions. And the reason why the legal opinion can't come to some of the legal opinion is because they don't have the full information because they weren't part of the investigation in the first place. Yeah. And they're saying, I can't give you an answer to that, Gov, because you've not told me everything and I haven't been part of everything. Well, of course they weren't, because they weren't part of the investigation. So from the word go, the minute this entire process was started, it has been fundamentally flawed. And it has to be right that members ask for appropriate accountability of those people that made those decisions. And if that is officers, it is likely that that is done. So other senior members, officers, sorry, need to go away with that in their mind, that there has to be some accountability here. How that is done, I'm not passing any value judgment. I merely make the factual point based upon the evidence we've been presented. That's up for their processes. You know, the organisation's processes need to deal with that. Somewhere along the line, there also has to be some element of political accountability for getting us into this mess in the first place. And that was the whole point of this investigation, that we could at least look to the processes and the political element. I don't feel any of that has been fulfilled in the way that we feel, at least I do feel satisfactory with, because of the integrity issue of the entire investigation. And I'm not suggesting we start it all again, and I'm not suggesting we go back to the point at the beginning. But isn't it interesting that the most important issue, the biggest issue that this council has faced in a long time, has managed to have been so royally screwed up in the way that it has been? We mess up on the actual issue and wind ourselves up in the High Court that leads to a series of judgments that should have been picked up by any proper scrutiny of them. And we actually mess the investigation up so royally that actually we've left with very little, I think, that we can genuinely take forward, aside from, in a sense, the blatantly obvious. The real nugget of what went wrong where, who did what where, is still out there. And that matters because some of those decisions potentially did have or do have legal implications, both fiduciary and so on. So those areas, they're all justifiable areas to examine, and it's not about apportioning blame, it's about shining the light through proper scrutiny. It's all that it's about, that's all that it's about. Others should then make their judgments. It's for others to come to the judgments on those matters. It's about us as proper members shining the light in the right area to expose what happened. That's what matters most, I think, in this respect. So my feeling, in all honesty, with the report is, yes, this was a very important report to receive. It matters much, really much, what we do with it. And simply putting our procurement house in order is not enough. It's what we do with it in the context of how much damage this has done, because it has done significant damage to this council's reputation. And, you know, if there's one thing we politicians don't need at the moment, is even more distrust out there. And we get it, don't we? Because residents came along to Arga, many residents, fundamentally questioning both members' and officers' integrity. We haven't been able to put that to bed, really. We've not actually been able to answer that. And I'm sorry for that, but somewhere somebody somehow has to take responsibility for that. And in my mind, and I'm straight with this, it goes all the way back to the head of paid service as the chief executive, because who else can? It is their job and their responsibility. And he came along and apologised at the Arga meeting, accept that. But if we're going to move forward on this, there are some fundamental operating issues of how this has been arrived at that really need to be taken on board. And I'll stop there because I think, you know, the other paper will draw out a lot of the more minutiae details, I think.
I've got Councillor Cubitt. Parker said you might like to come back, and Councillor Gordon. Sorry. Sorry. Do you wish to come in now, Councillor? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think there are parallel interpretations to this whole sordid affair. I think that Ms. Taylor's take on and her charitable take on how the errors were made is one way that we could interpret events. However, there is another universe which we could look into. And Councillor Harvey referred and alluded to it already, which is the political narrative and dimension. And I think it's very important for us all to remember that the administration did not want this audit. The Conservative administration tried extremely hard for this audit not to happen. Councillor Keating tried to have this audit approved by Audit and Governance a couple of times. And in fact, one time, when Councillor Leek was chairman of Audit, the vote first time round was approved. So Councillor Leek decided that we'd have a vote twice in order to get the answer that he wanted, not the answer that Councillor Keating wanted. So we are where we are. The administration, in my opinion, didn't want this audit because it didn't want any of the answers. It didn't want the light shone. And when I talk about alternative universes, on my what ifs, and I'm a very what if person, what would have happened had Ernst & Young just done what it was asked to do on the 9th of March? What if it's a very simple page that they'd committed to do for us if nothing else had happened? And that's the question that I am still absolutely unsatisfied with that has been answered. I do not understand how the Ernst & Young pitch got so changed along the way. I've no comprehension whatsoever. What would have happened had Ernst & Young done phase 1, and then we'd asked them to do phase 2 and phase 3, and then they'd have given us an in-depth investigation into the key issues that they had found. Instead of which, we ended up getting to the end of September, and none of the work that we thought was going to be done had been done. I spoke to a very senior law expert on the matter of, in generalities, because at the time it was confidential, but in generalities, how is it that not only did we have one barrister that deviated from his instruction, but that we ended up with 2 barristers that deviated from their instruction? And he said to me, only, you know what, because I said, how is it that a barrister can receive an instruction and then not do what he's asked to do? And how on earth can that happen? And he said, you know, only turkeys don't vote for Christmas. So I would leave it with you that I believe that the other universe, the other take, the less charitable one, is that the administration, together with the council, are blame dodgers. Okay? That is my less charitable take on this whole sorry, sordid affair. Blame dodgers. And an enormous amount of council money has been wasted. I think it's very tragic. That's all I can say.
Thank you. Councillor, if you insist.
I just want to say that I do not... Sorry, you're interrupting me. You're very rude to me when I interrupt you.
Hang on, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try and... Members, please, let's
Stop this.
deal with some courtesy. Councillor Leake.
I do not accept the allegations made by Councillor Mrs. Cubitt. I accept that I could see no good reason for the investigation that's been undertaken. And the final advice from Council, which we are going to debate in Paper D, seems to support that. If Mrs. Cubitt wants to make any further allegations about me, I shall respond at that time, but I shall take it very seriously.
Okay, thank you. No, hang on a minute. I'm not going to let this get into a member upon member discussion. We have far more detail. And fine, so you've not made an allegation. That was not perceived. I'm not going to get into a debate between 2 different members here as to what was said by whom and when. You've both had a chance to say your piece. We're now moving on because I have other people who need to speak. Councillor Gurdon, I'm coming to you next because you haven't had an opportunity to speak so far. I will then come to Councillor Parker. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, it does look as though we're struggling to make some sort of progress, and I wouldn't put a bet on it, I might say. But a year ago, I made it clear that I was not looking for a scapegoat. And Paul just now did say in his peroration that it's not about blame. But I think it is about blame, finding someone to blame. And at least Honolulu is being honest and open and straight when she says that. My experience, both in the public and the private sectors, is that one of the things that the Brits are particularly bad at is praise. We're very good at blame in the workplace, but the number of times I've seen other managers praise someone has been very few, whereas the number of times I've seen people blame a worker have been beyond numeration almost. And I've always tried to praise people because guess what? you get really good outcomes as a result of that investment. And what is it? A few words. That's all. Now, I reiterate, I'm not in the blame business, but there's a difference between blame and accountability. And I think, because we live in a country that's so embracing of blame, whether it's on the football field or anything else, people are afraid to accept responsibility for what they do. Now, we've spent a whole year examining our navels to try and find out who to blame. Meanwhile, the critical thing is that the reputation of the borough has taken a huge dent. The integrity of members, never very high, has been brought into question. Our reputations, those of us who've been on the council for 10, 15, 20 years, you know, we feel as though there's almost no point anymore. We are all demeaned by this spectacle. I want this issue put to bed, and I just ask, if it's not leading members in their roles as decision makers who are to blame, then it will be senior officers in their advisory and decision making positions that are to blame. I don't really have any truck with that. I just want us to draw some conclusions, recognise that we've spent an awful lot of public money that could far better be used on innumerable other things, and I'd be astonished if each member sitting around this table couldn't list within 60 seconds 20 things on which to spend that money better. So let's cut the cackle. I mean, we're all sort of feeding off this friend. We're like a pack of dogs, frenziedly feeding off a victim. I don't want to have any truck with that. I want us to move on, and hopefully by 5 o'clock, because I'm going to be out of here at 5. I've got to take a 4-year-old back home at 5 o'clock, or shortly after, and I don't want to waste any more time. If some officers have got the courage to say we made a mistake, I, for one, will not be looking for any severe sanctions. It's a big sanction, if you're an officer, to say I've fouled up. It really is. But I want this council to get back to the business of serving the people of Basingstoke and Dean in the way that I recall a few years back.
Right, I think that's been a very helpful summation and intervention by Councillor Gurdon. I still have hands there that wish to speak. In the spirit of what was made clear in Councillor Gurdon's comments there, I'm aware also that we have the opportunity to shape the recommendations if we wish, and that was where I would want to go as swiftly as possible. I said to Councillor Parker that I would let him speak again, and Councillor Keating, and then I will close that part of the session so that we can actually look at the recommendations. So, Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst I think when I spoke first, I made my position clear with regard to proportion of blame and the role of officers. So I think colleagues might be perhaps a little careful in their language. Whilst I think Councillor Gurdon has made a motive point, I myself will not align myself to being a pack of dogs or a member of any pack of dogs. And I think that was an unfortunate comment, because this is the broad brush approach we get all the time. I would like to move forward in a suggestion on, as the Chair says, where we have item 10, and I spoke to it briefly, Councillor Mitchell has also, which is this appointment of a dedicated senior lead. And if we've gained anything out of the money we've spent, perhaps we might have the courage, and this is maybe something for members of the administration to be brave enough, and that is at least to consider in any other situation like this, that if we are going to move down the path of appointing a dedicated lead, that possibly be an appointment outside of this council. And that's the only way maybe we will get moving on to Councillor Cubitt. I don't like the language where it's talked of the officer's charitable approach. I find it patronising and it's very unfair. I actually think this report is a brave report by this officer. I think it's enabled this debate, and it's enabled the debate over the pertinent points. So again, as a member of this committee, I don't like to be aligned to that sort of, we're talking about officers in their presence, and I think a degree of appreciation to that particular point needs to be taken. So I would like to make one positive suggestion, Chair, and that is, and it goes back to when I first joined this council in 2002 and did what was then my scrutiny training. And my scrutiny training was conducted by a high ranking officer from a London borough, and his first comments at that time was how well and right this authority had got scrutiny. And we know who changed that.
And the final comments to Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. I won't address anything I've said before, but one of the issues that has become clear during this process being that there exists an element of suspicion that things are not done correctly. I don't mean badly, but not done correctly, which raised a whole range of issues in terms of trying to have member involvement in the procurement and the detailed assessment of those things. If members had no suspicion, then we would be very much more inclined not to ask the processing questions of officers when they're implementing things. So there's an element of suspicion, and it's hardly surprising, given that we had one decision at committee which was not implemented. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, members. I'm just going to pick up on the salient points, and then I want to go through the recommendations one by one and encourage you or invite you to make comment on the recommendation as to whether we agree them, wish to beef them up or reject them. But in terms of summing up the lengthy discussion we've had, I'm picking up sort of 6 recurrent themes. I think to start with the fact that we all recognise that the process to commission our independent audit and governance advisors was not as it should have been, and that officers, although acting in good faith, nonetheless made some mistakes and perhaps should have been, and well, could and should have been more aware of the fact their direction to Ernst & Young and the changes that occurred in the brief were not in line with what ARGA had initially intended or expected to be delivered in terms of outcomes. That there were opportunities when officers could and should have perhaps clarified the breadth and extent of the advice, and particularly when it was raised that legal advice would be excluded, and further an opportunity then on that exclusion of legal advice to maybe have considered or reconsidered the nature of fees payable in terms of what had been outlined by Ernst & Young. And in that respect, there should have been perhaps clearer management of that tasking of Ernst & Young. Said time and again by a number of you that there needs to be a clear lead officer, and that officer had to have both the capacity and capability to work within such a complex and detailed issue. Yep, I'm going to say that I'm quite happy to pick up the continuity in that as well. That lead officer should bear clear accountability, not just for discharge the responsibilities, but also to be the effective link with the commissioning members. And one of the things that seemed to have got broken along the line was that effective link of communication between those who commissioned the action and thought what was going to happen, and then subsequently found out that their actions had been frustrated through one course or action or another. Yes, Councillor Cubitt.
Basically, what we're trying to say is that the independence got lost along the way.
No, I'm not quite sure that's what I'm saying. That is relevant to another point I'm about to pick up on. What I was saying there was that the lead accountability needs to be clear and needs to be accountable both downwards to discharge actions and upwards to ensure that the link and communications with the members is clear. Relevant to your comment, though, is that if we don't have capacity to review ourselves diligently in-house, or it's not appropriate, that we should take advantage of the wider local government community and seek support from others who could have helped us. And that was a suggestion I think that Councillor Parker made, and I'd already made a note much earlier on, because I think it was explicit. We have shared legal links, we have links with the LGA, we have links with other of the central bodies, and we could have sought further support there that would have been both independent and have perhaps taken some of the weight in terms of capacity and pressure off our own shoulders. So again, a useful learning point for us to consider. And I think that's probably a fair summation of the issues that have raised this afternoon. Yep, if I've missed something, Councillor Keating?
I was quite clear in my first contribution that within a meeting, I mean, we'll often have a whole range of issues to discuss, but where we construct a remit, that remit should be specified and extracted and given to whoever, if you see what I mean, for the purpose of continuity. And if we have a lead officer, that's the first person you give it to. That's the remit, if you know what I mean. So I would like to see that within your comments.
And I think that's a fair addition, because a number of times I think our lead officer referred to the project manager approach, where you have a clear brief, guidance, timeline, actions, and something we should and could easily learn from. Within that context then, members, I'm going to take the recommendations each in turn, and we're asked to look at the recommendations. Firstly, 2.1, that... Yes, clear?
And the points you've just made in addition to these.
That's for us to determine. What I've just said is the points are the points of the debate, and it's for... No. But the recommendations as set out on page 16 of 360, you may feel do not fully interpret the discussion we've had here, or the debate we've had here, so you may want to take those points in addition, or you may want to take an embellishment of these, wrapping those together. So, Councillor Harvey, did you... Yeah, I'm happy with that. I was just going to... Yeah. Well, I'm quite happy to take the ones that are comments, which are the summation of our debate as the preamble, and then the clear recommendations are the 5 points as laid out here, with the addition of a couple of points around the project management guidance and the capacity of lead officer and the accountability of lead officers. So, Councillor Harvey and then Councillor Parker.
Thank you. I just think capturing what you said in the way you said it and having that on the record, whether that is a recommendation, which I would support, or in some way of making sure, and I'm sure Mr. Taylor already knows this, going away from this meeting with that firmly in mind as the views, opinions and the actions we want to see from this meeting is the key point. the recommendations are fine as written, but the embellishment, bearing in mind the important things that people have said around the table, should be captured, I think.
May I help, Chairman? Yes, indeed. I mean, the points that the Chairman's just made set out her summary of the debate. So they will be in the minutes. Yes? There are 5 recommendations here. It is for you to decide whether you wish to add any more, because as Councillor Mitchell just said, some of them were comments, some of the, that they were the summary of the debate. You may wish to add to some of these recommendations, or you may wish to change them. We will then add those to the minutes.
Guess what I'm meaning is that because of the comments and the way that you've expressed it, Chair, which is fine, it would be useful not to lose that, have that sit in the minutes, sitting on a shelf gathering dust just for the sake of it being a comment. If it is something the officers can action, it can take on board directly in the way all of this is going for, because we're all looking to drive this on in the right way, then that shouldn't be lost. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I've got Councillor Parkland and Councillor Mitchell, but in response to that, I'm quite happy to revise my notes into more action-orientated comments, if that would help. Councillor Parker.
Well, yes, Chair, that's precisely what I was going to try and suggest, in as much as I'm picking up again the point made by Councillor Harvey, and I think probably agreed by all members of the committee, is that we've had a good debate, and there's been some salient points that have come out of that debate that I would much rather become recommendations of this committee rather than just points noted from the debate. So if there's any way that there could be 2.6 and that could be fall under recommendations, because otherwise, why are we troubling?
Councillor Mitchell.
I may have missed it, and if I didn't miss it, I may be in a minority of one, but I would quite like a comment to be in the minutes to the effect that I regarded this as an extremely well-constructed and effective report, and on that basis I welcomed the report. I may be the only person who thinks that.
Like I said, I certainly don't think you're the only person that said that. If I just pick up, yeah, well, if I just sort of, what I suggest is I'll take as a preamble to our recommendations, the points about a well-constructed report, the lessons to learn, that officers understand that things could have been done differently, and then look at each of the areas around, when we have such significant briefs in future, they are project managed, that when the opportunities rise and the brief is potentially deviated from, that is referred back, that where there's a change of scope, that needs to reflect in a change of fees or review of fees, that where there is any issue in terms of officer capacity or officer link to the process, that we look to use outside bodies in order to secure the independence of the process. So if I just turn those around, so we've got a short preamble on 2 or 3 points you've made, and then add the others to the list of recommendations already there. Clearly, until you see it, you won't actually know what it looks like, but I will do my best to secure that, send that out to you all. Councillor Parker.
Well, without changing anything of what you said, other than I would like to dare suggest that 2.5 could be quickly changed in as well. It could be extended in as much as suggesting under 2.5 such appointment could be looked to be made outside of this authority.
Yes.
Okay, members, if you're exhausted on this paper, that takes us to paper D. A large paper, as you have already alluded to. I'm going to ask for a short introduction of the paper. Yeah, no. And then we will get into questions on the paper.
Thank you, Chairman. Indeed, this is a very short report. I have taken the opportunity to put all of the papers together that we have in respect of the independent governance report. So that is the final version of the Ernst & Young report with no matters redacted. It is the initial legal advice from William Webster, and members, I've included that because it's part of the story, so I've included it in there. And then, members, the supplementary instruction to Blackstone Chambers, initial advice, clarification questions and supplementary advice. And members, you'll have seen from the report that the advice that you saw in draft previously has been updated following the receipt of the supplementary questions. So you needed to have read this version. Members, this information is put to you. It is everything we have on Ernst & Young, the report they undertook for us, and it is for you to determine the way forward.
Sorry, I looked at then. You said a couple of Councillor Keating and then Councillor Cubitt with questions. Councillor Cubitt then.
Yeah, just for clarification, Ms Taylor, are the questions asked of counsel on Appendix 1 the questions that were sent to the lawyer, the second barrister?
Are you able to? Yeah. Yep. Bear with us a second.
Yes, Chairman, through you. Yes, they are.
Laura, I hope they're not, because Appendix 1 was the question that was sent to William Webster, and the questions that were supposed to have been sent to the second barrister, which he then failed singularly to answer, was not that, which you have included as Appendix 1.
Councillor Cubitt, you're making a fair point there. Members, you've seen this advice before.
Yeah.
Sorry, these questions before. We're on 46, 47 currently. Yes, Councillor Cubitt's referring to. I think there's an error here. I'm grievously sorry about that.
Very annoyed.
Yes, yes, but I think it's by my hand. There's a page missing here, isn't there? Because there was a supplementary paragraph that said the following questions were asked of William Webster, which are provided for you in context. The ones that were, sorry, forgive me, the ones that were sent were the ones that were agreed by this committee. Would you, Chair, if you wish, I can take it. We can take an adjournment if you wish me to get that, if you wish.
What do we think?
I mean, it's more fundamental than that, because actually, supposedly, and I'm not implying that it wasn't, but I'm just saying supposedly the second barrister received different instructions, but for some reason the second barrister similarly does not answer what he is asked to answer. And so well, I mean, Councillor Gunn, I'm happy not to raise these subjects, but I mean, I thought I was appointed as a councillor in order to scrutinise, and that is exactly what I'm doing. And the problem is that we are where we are because all along the way, whatever we thought had happened seems to have gone differently. So when we've asked for an apple, we get an orange. And I don't understand it. It's almost like we've been speaking in one language and somebody else has been speaking in another language. Laura here, but I do not understand why the second barrister did not answer the questions he was asked to answer.
Okay, so for clarity, the first bit is that we've recognised the questions are misreferenced.
Chairman, I can see now, and I've just had time to look at my colleague's notes here. What's here is the excerpt from the previous report, where I attempted to try and delineate which answer from the Webster advice linked to which question that we asked. Members, I can only apologise. That is my error. I can go and get a clean copy of what was sent to Webster to John Howell, if that's of convenience to you now, and I can show you with the email that was sent attached on it. So, my apologies, members.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to say it would help that we get the no. There's been so much paper going around between us at the moment. Would it help? Would it help to take 5 minutes and then adjourn? We're just going to take 5 minute recess, members. Allow you to stretch your legs whilst we get the paperwork. Okay, members, I think we're back and able to resume. Um, Clearly, we'd all had the paperwork for some time, and I think we have to take our share of responsibility for not identifying the mix-up with the appendices earlier, because that could then have been resolved without the loss of time in the meeting. However, we now have a set of papers which, at the back of the papers, actually have the relabeled Appendix 1, which should have been the ones that we saw. In the precursor to that, you have a series of emails and amendments to questions which get us to the new Appendix 1. Those are identified as on pink pages, so if we need to discuss those emails, we need to go back into closed session. I'm hopeful that there is no need to do so, because they are just contextualizing the how we arrived at Appendix 1. On that basis, I'm going to go back to Paper D and look at questions from members. I would, however, encourage you, it's now close to 5 o'clock. I've heard from Councillor Gurdon as his time pressures, and Councillor Keating also with childcare pressures. We have had these papers a number of times. The purpose of this report was to get us to the conclusion of information we felt would be missing before, advice we needed, but the intent was always to get to a point where we could sign off the report that was commissioned last year, both in terms of its ability to answer all the questions that it asked and reach a conclusion that helped us to move forward. So on that basis, I go back and ask for questions. Yes, Councillor Mitchell?
I'm baffled by the quantity of paper, but where are we still, the thing we just had, which one page says pink, and some of the page says pink. I'm not clear why anything is still pink. If I could have that explained.
Yeah, let's deal with that first. Thank you.
Okay, members, as I said, I apologise. The wrong attachment was put on there. I could have circulated you the one that says Appendix 1, 11th of 2nd, 13. But I wanted to tell you the story as to how that got there, and that is the attachment that was on the email that I sent on the 11th of the 2nd. I sent a previous email on the 8th, and that was updated. Councillor Cubitt wanted an addition sent. So it was just the story there, because I felt if I'd have just given you the new Appendix 1, you might have asked how we got to there.
Yes, go on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm very sorry, Laura, but unfortunately, it kind of raises some more questions, unless I'm misunderstanding. Oh, okay. So that's the supplementary you sent as a result of me identifying that we hadn't asked for the. Okay.
For that very reason, I wanted to just explain that I sent something on the 8th. You raised a query with me. We had an email exchange over the weekend. I resent on the 11th. So members, you just have some emails between me and the clerk that clearly are between myself and the clerk and not part of the public record. Replacement Appendix 1 will be loaded, and it's the one which is handwritten in Shelley's handwriting, which will be uploaded with the report. But you have seen that before, and you saw that last time as a pink paper.
Okay, members. So we have the.
It's your very last attachment to that little chain of
The last 3 pages of those that have just been handed out. The last 3 pages. Okay, members. So, can we have questions, please? Does anyone wish to ask any questions? Yes? No? Yep. I'm conscious that obviously councillors Gurdon and Keating might also want to speak before they go. So, I will take the bizarre. Okay, right. So, what I suggest is if I take Councillor Parker's question, I will then offer Councillor Gurdon and Councillor Keating the opportunity to speak before they have to leave us, and then revert to any other question before moving to debate. Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. This is quite a straightforward question, which I regretfully feel the need that I must ask. And it's goes back into the original Ernst & Young report, which indicated that on page 293, which is Appendix B, which is the fact-finding mission. Now, I don't know about the protocol here, so if I say, and you can see easily from the papers in front of you, page 293, that a councillor declined to make themselves available. And I would like to ask of the head of governance whether that's an issue that's been dealt with in regard to either the constitution or the code of standards within this council for conduct by members.
Through you, Chairman, I'm not entirely sure I understand the point being made. This is not the kind of fact-finding exercise that you could compel somebody to give evidence with if they didn't wish to. There's certainly nothing at the moment in either the Constitution or the Code of Conduct that would cover that. Clearly, if members wish to take forward a recommendation that the new Constitution carries in it an obligation on councillors to cooperate with that kind of thing, then that could be put in. But as things stand at the moment, I'm not aware of any way that a councillor could be compelled to take part.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I take the guidance from the officer in that case, but then, yes, I would pick up the suggestion that I find it incredible that we're talking here with regard to the responsibilities of your role and function as a member, a councillor member of this local authority. And I find it surprising that within the Code of Conduct or within the Constitution, there is no such clause that doesn't infer that it would be a requirement of you to make yourself available if there was an inquiry. And I would ask that the members of this committee or whoever else, if it's a working group, I don't know, take that on board, because I find it incredible. And possibly outside of the spirit of conduct.
I've made a note that is potentially one of the recommendations we wish to take forward, and presumably that will go to the Constitutional Working Party within their list of tasks to define. So thank you for that, and I've made note of that. Councillor Keating, you wish to speak?
This is a contribution, not a question. Okay, thank you, Chair. Now, I've referred to the depth of the report and the breadth of information that we've got. But there are a number of simple things that concern me greatly. The legal advice, and I paraphrase, effectively, the latest legal advice, the legal advice at the very back of this bundle, effectively says that the legal position was so clear, he was surprised that nobody picked up on the facts, that if you buy 2,000 acres of land with public money on the basis of you buying it to build on, it was legally a requirement it was an absolute requirement that you couldn't use it for something else, right? Now, and he reiterates this point. Now, I then come to the point where I believe I'm right in saying that this council has had, I don't know if it still has had a property legal person, a person who's effectively their principal role is to give legal advice about property and property owning and probably property disposal as well. Now, I've not seen any evidence from such a person anywhere in these documents, and I don't believe anybody's asked to see such a legal person, a property legal person, because the first thing I would ask that person was, did you not advise people that they couldn't do this? I'm talking about back in 2006, 2007, 2008. I mean, you're a property lawyer. The barrister says it's such a fundamental, basic law that you must comply with. But we've never asked that question, and I believe we should. I still believe we should, because we're still in ARGA and we're still dealing with the repercussions of all of this. And I'm staggered that nobody, including the first barrister, picked up on that particular fact. But the judge did. Now, in the High Court. High Court judge said, you can't do it the way you're doing it because you bought the land to build on. I turn now to the basic issue which has been at the heart of the dispute, at the heart of the altercations in council and borough council, in the whole meetings and subcommittees, etc. And that is the question of, was the land available? Now, deep in the heart of this particular document, at page 241, at the bottom, is the question, was the land not available for development? Right? Paragraph 564 says, contrary to belief held by certain councillors, the interpretation that non-promotion meant not available appears to have been known within the council, at least among council officers. In an email to members of the planning team on the 18th of March, the head of planning states, also, but strictly confidential at this stage, is that the landowners, Hampshire County Council and the Basingstoke and Dean Borough Council will not be pursuing Manidown for development. Now, why on earth would that statement by the planning manager be confidential? This was 3 years before, 2 years before we got to the point in November 2011. People like me were saying, that's the first time we've heard it's not available. Now, if you then read the next paragraph, 5.65, the chief executive, right, then wrote to the head of planning on the 8th of June, same year, 2009, I agree with the conclusion, particularly given the non-availability of Manidown land. Now, why on earth did we go through to the whole of 2009, to the whole of 2010, up to November 2011, thinking that Manidown land was available, and was in the SLA at this point, by the way? Now, I know there are planning, allegedly good planning reasons why it's in the SLA but still not available, but that's not the issue here. The issue here is absolute proof that the officer team of this council, in planning terms, were very well aware that the land was not available because they had decided, with whatever reasoning they had, was not available and would not be promoted for availability, and the chief executive said confirmed his agreement with that. Why on earth weren't we told that at the time? Why would it be categorized as confidential? Now, I find that totally unacceptable practice. Because the one thing that officers of this council knew, because at every single committee meeting that we discussed mandate down, there was the opposition saying, you haven't said it's unavailable. And that's what we were doing over the best part of 3 years. Now, that is an appalling statement to make by any councillor about the officer team, and I don't mean the whole of it. Okay? Because I would expect, as a councillor on different committees who was involved in discussions day after day, sometimes week after week, about the availability of Mandy Down, being told in November 2011, but it's not available. When the officer team had quite clearly arrived at a conclusion the best part of 2.5 years previously. Now, that is totally unacceptable. When you come to the bottom line, in my view, this whole sorry mess is based on the concept of councillors standing for election on a promise to make sure that Mandy Down is not developed, putting pledges in the doors of all the electors in the relevant wards. They stand for election, they get election, they thank people for election and confirm to people that they won't allow Mandy Down to be developed. And we then get legal advice that, oh, they didn't have a preformed notion in their head about what they're going to do. And those same people, the core, the officer core, I would call them, of the Tory group, right? Those same people managed to get themselves elected to positions of significant authority within the process. Cabinet membership, cabinet membership, chair of planning and infrastructure, all influencing the same thing. We don't want Mandy Down to be developed. I don't believe it is possible for any of them or any of us to quite clearly say, oh, I didn't have a preformed notion. I come to this with no intent. If they got elected on the basis of, if they make promises on the basis of, if they make pledges on the basis of, we cannot expect them, in all honesty, and they didn't, by the way. They actually stood by what they said. They managed to stop Mandy Down being developed, and it still hasn't been developed. And this is what, 1995 through to 2013? Now, I do accept, of course, that the decision to develop it has now been made. Not implemented yet, but it's now been made. And we know what happens when our decisions are given to officers, right? And sometimes fall by the wayside. We hope that this will not be the case. We hope this will not be the case.
I think I'm going to encourage you to sum up and stay on message and not make other claims or insinuations.
All I'm trying to say to you is,
I appreciate it.
Right, we had a legal person dealing with property that we never asked. Did you give advice? We had a legal process which results in us not believing that the land was available when the officer team in planning know quite well that it wasn't available because they had decided that that was the right conclusion to come to. Now, I'm staggered. I'm absolutely staggered that here we are, right, how long after 2009? April, May 2009, officers were saying it's not available. The chief executive confirms. He agrees with them. He came to the chief executive came to our meeting and gave evidence that we never knew anything of that nature until the High Court decided otherwise. We have evidence now that the chief executive was agreeing with planning in 2009 which was long before the High Court judge opined on these things, he said he agrees it's not available. And yet we allowed, or it was allowed, all of us to have arguments, motions, debates, obstruction by some, right? Which all relied upon the fact that Mandydown land may be available. Now that's appalling, and I'll stop there. Because I do have an appointment and a child to look after.
Thank you, Councillor Keating. I'm going to afford the same courtesy to Councillor Gurdon if he wishes to speak. If you could turn your light off for me, Councillor Keating.
No, I think the model that Councillor Keating's just given has warned me off making a contribution. I think it will take too long. But suffice to say that I still think there are many unanswered questions, and I'm not comfortable with the position we're in at the moment. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey, is that questions? Going to be back to questions?
I'd just like to quickly raise an issue in terms of the recommendations before we go any further.
Yes, please do.
Where is this going now? Because there are a number of recommendations I would like to suggest around what certain individuals, obviously, in terms of the way the contributions have been made, have highlighted issues. For example, the fiduciary responsibilities. Both the conduct of what, not the individuals, but the conduct of what the officers and members within this, and how we take that forward in terms of changing processes and changing things, that needs to be thought through. But also in terms of the conclusions around, how shall I say this, the process that allowed the Mandydown situation to occur. And if I'm allowed to speak, then I'll go into more detail on that. I think I should explain myself in terms of what I mean by picking out the points I want to pick out in the report. But if we're going to take this forward, I just want to know from you, Chair, what's your next step on this?
Okay, if you just bear with me a second, because I think whilst I don't want to constrain anybody's wish to speak on this matter, at the same time I think it is helpful to focus on the recommendations, given that we could use an awful lot of time covering all ground, whereas actually what we want to do is confirm where we want to go next. There is sort of the opportunity for us to form a recommendation. Certainly there is one that we can table as a starter for 10 if that would help, but I think it's helpful that we have some focus on next steps and what we wish to do in terms of recommendations. I'm aware I've got Councillor Cubitt and Councillor Parker to speak. Is that questions or... Right, so I'm afraid I'm going to ask Councillor Cubitt first. So I'm not afraid I'm asking Councillor Cubitt, I'm afraid she was ahead of you, Councillor Parker.
Yes, so why do you think, Laura, that the second barrister, so the first barrister didn't answer what he was asked to answer, Ernst & Young didn't do what they said they were going to do, and then the second barrister, who happens to be a very senior, highly regarded, eminent public law expert by all accounts, didn't do what he was asked to do very specifically and explicitly as stated in our instruction? Why do you think that the second barrister did not do what was asked of him?
I'm welcome you have a shot at it, but I know that you cannot speak for what was in the barrister's mind when he responded to the instruction. Fine.
I'll assume it's a rhetorical question then. I've asked it a number of times, and as you all know, I haven't had an answer. There are a couple of other issues that were named specifically in the judgment and were asked of Ernst & Young, and a couple of them were, for example, the fact that the council failed in its fiduciary duties by not taking Mandydown forward in the local plan, and there were various cases cited by the law judge on it. So one of the questions that I've wanted answered, and I don't think is sufficiently been answered yet, is who is responsible for the failure in fiduciary obligations that the Cabinet and the administration have to the taxpayers' residents?
I'm, welcome. You have a shot at it, but I know that you cannot speak for what was in the barrister's mind when he responded to the instruction.
Um, yes, so one of the questions that I've wanted answered, and I don't think is sufficiently been answered yet, is who is responsible for the failure in fiduciary obligations that the Cabinet and the administration have to the taxpayers' residents?
Chairman, I think this is a contribution. I can't answer that question. I have no experience to answer that.
Yeah, no, I wasn't, sorry, thank you for coming in. I was pausing.
Okay, well, I think these all, the purpose of my questions is not to make poor Laura feel awkward. It is to demonstrate the fact that, unfortunately, whilst various members in this room seem to believe that the advice proves that all of this has been a waste of time and a terrible storm in a teacup, there are some really fundamental outstanding issues. And I'll give you a couple of others and then I will stop, because we've rehearsed these, and as said, various learned senior members seem to think that they're not relevant questions to be asked. But for example, officers stated in February 2006 very explicitly to council members at the time that were many down not to be brought forward in the next local plan, it would be a misuse of public funds. It would be a misuse of public funds. So we have the judge saying that there was a failure in fiduciary duties. We have officers who knew that not taking many down forward would be a misuse of public funds. We have my suspension, which was a public law offence committed by Councillor Donnell, in that he exercised
I'm
disciplinary...
going to have to ask you to... I'm going to have to ask you to...
I want to say it.
No, I'm not going to take that. I'm not going to take that in this forum.
Exercised disciplinary action.
I'm sorry. No, that is not been... If you cannot withhold that type of comment, I'm going to ask you to leave. I am not going to take those individual matters here. There are other avenues in which you can take your allegations if you have substantiation for them. This is not the forum for this. Please continue to constrain yourself to the questions on this paper.
Well, you say there are other avenues, and all I'm saying is I'm quite happy in public to make that statement. You won't even allow me to make the statement.
No, because there is an appropriate channel for making allegations against other members and appropriately having them investigated. It is not a matter for this committee.
Okay, well, there I take issue, Chair, and there again, yet again, it is a demonstration of this administration's willful attempt not to answer the questions that were asked at EPP of the Independent Governance Order. And I shall tell you exactly. Did members in position of power influence the process? Right? And you've just said it's not for me to ask that question. Well, I am saying to you that was fundamental to the Independent Governance Order.
No, I did not say it was not for you to ask that question. I said it was not for you to put that question and name individual members at this committee. I said there are other channels for making such representation. I did not stop you from asking that question. I just said it was not an appropriate channel in this committee at this session to do so. So, on that basis, I'm going to ask Councillor Parker to raise his question.
Thank you, Chair. My question is really one to sort of in preparation of possibly some more debate. But I wanted just to ask the lead officer on this, where we are with regard to costs. I have a best guesstimate, but I'd like, because it's a consideration, as to, can we just have a little schedule of what costs currently we are in for? That's the original plus the extras, and then I understand possibly further extras.
I'm not aware that we currently have a full schedule of costs. I will ask if that's available for this meeting, because it hasn't been. I do know that we are currently still within the envelope of cost that was agreed at full council. I don't know we have a further breakdown of that available. I'm hesitant to put you on the spot because I know you might not have that information to hand.
Members, the Ernst & Young invoices have been settled. And those costs are known, as are the previous costs for the previous legal advice. This legal advice has not yet been paid, so I'm unable to discuss that in public session.
Might it be that we have an update separately after this session? And I think, it's literally because of where we are in the process. But we are with, and I agree the information needs to be made available. It's just not. Yep. Okay. Thank you. I've got Councillor Mitchell and then back to Councillor Cubitt.
may not, officers may not know the answer to this question, but the point that Sean drew attention to, as to the then head of planning writing to the effect that the unavailability of the land was strictly confidential, is quite a significant one, it seems to me. And my question is, given that that's in a report we've had for quite a long time, which has been the subject of considerable research and led to other questions being asked of other consultants and advisors, are we aware that that has been drawn attention to before, or has just been overlooked in reading all this stuff? Because I don't remember, I mean, I wasn't here at a critical meeting where it might have been debated, but it's the first time I've heard it, and it doesn't seem to be reflected, but I may have missed it somewhere in the papers. We can't ask the previous head without summoning him, her, I assume, her, but I could ring her up and ask her. Nothing to stop me doing that. But has that been raised before?
Yes, it has been. I'm going to say Councillor
I'm going to
Harvey.
say it was raised in meetings by myself and others, but also the fact that Mrs. Linehan at the time had also made a statement to the effect, one of her first statements before that the land was available, and then suddenly goes back on it in this comment, which is confidential. So we have conflicting pieces of evidence that were presented. Yeah. So in that sense, you have different conversations taking place, giving completely different pieces of evidence before us, but nonetheless, Councillor Keating's point is incredibly relevant, and it has been raised. Whether it's been paid attention to is a different matter entirely.
Well, it's your opportunity to raise a question anyway.
Councillor Harvey's correct, because actually Nicola Linehan says in response to Councillor Golding, who was the cabinet member as well, so when he refused to be interviewed by Ernst & Young, he did it, and it was in his capacity as cabinet member. He says Mendown's not available, and she explicitly says in the Schlar comment, and Councillor Tilbury says it too, in November 2009, and yet you have a timeline date of that, which is March. You also have a statement by this barrister, who happens to also be a QC, and it's in relation to the timeline which was produced, because a number of members kept on saying, well, why are you suddenly saying that it's not available when we always thought it was available? And a timeline was produced, and one of the excerpts of the timeline was a statement to the effect that it stated, and I've got the wrong page now. Here it is, sorry. There's a statement in the timeline that was drafted and signed off by the chief executive, the head of legal, and the head of governance. And they said, in any case, to the extent, if any, that the actions of the JMC are relevant, the JMC is effectively a slave to the fundamental full council decision in 2006 that the Act of Promotion of Many Down for Development be suspended, and this binds all councillors equally. Now, what the QC says is obviously that the July 2006 did not render Many Down not available. Therefore, there's no way that the JMC could have been a slave decision that effectively rendered it not available. And he states that statement to us was incorrect. So just thought I'd clarify that. I'd just like to raise C, which was of summary instruction. I'm just going to read it to you, okay, because I want you to tell me C of the instructions to council.
And this is the appendix
Page
A that was part...
46.
46.
Whether appropriate decisions... 43 of 360. It hasn't got a number on it. It's only got 46 on it. So if you turn over the page that says 42 of 360, you get what's called page 46. Yeah?
This the original, the original Appendix 1 questions asked Councillor. Okay,
Exactly.
thank you. Yeah.
And it says C, whether appropriate declarations of interest were made by councillors and whether individuals use positions of power to influence decisions in relation to Many Down. Right? So we have all these councillors saying, well, we don't understand on the 11th of November, whenever it was, of 2011, why you're suddenly saying we can't consider Many Down as a category 1 site for consideration to take forward. We have this timeline which is produced by the chief executive. We have me being suspended, which you won't permit me to talk about, and we have conflicting information. And what I'd like to know is if my suspension is not relevant to that question C and that I should use alternative channels to talk about the exercise of disciplinary actions, what is the suitable channel for me to talk about the use of disciplinary actions by Councillor Donnell in suspending me, when that was specifically relating to Many Down and the LDF? I'm genuinely not. I'm not trying to be clever or funny. I don't understand what other channel is supposed to be used.
Yeah, you need to to let your claim run its course through due process in order to substantiate that it can be dealt with at this particular. Well, it's a complaint either through the Conservative group or through standards. It's a complaint, and we've had this sort of issue arise at this meeting several times in the past. There is a you want to use a particular event as an evidence to substantiate this paper. At the moment, the evidence you refer to has not been through a process that substantiates that there's anything there to answer. So that's the separation.
Okay, without naming names, what I will say to you as a statement of fact is it is a public law offence to exercise disciplinary action on a member on matters relating to the local development framework. That is a statement of fact, okay? And it links completely with C, which says, did individuals use positions of power to influence decisions? It's not the only matter, but it is a matter, and I think it is relevant.
And the point of a process is that in order to use evidence of wrongdoing to substantiate another element of a process, you have first of all to allow the course of action that proves there was a wrongdoing. Until you've done that, you cannot use evidence of wrongdoing to substantiate another course of action. So you have to register your complaint, allow that to run its course, and when that's concluded, if there is a case to answer, that is when you can use it as evidence. Councillor Harvey, can you help me? Oh, please.
Councillor Cubic keeps referring to the expression a public law offence. As the barrister has said in his opinion, it's not clear what offence is being talked about. There may or may not be a public law point, but an offence implies a criminal offence, and there's no evidence that I've seen to imply that any criminal offence has been taken. There may or may not be a public law point, but it isn't an offence.
Okay. No, I'm going to ask Councillor Harvey a minute because he's got.
It's just a follow on from that because Chris Guy is implying that the QC answered that question, but he wasn't asked that question because I wasn't permitted to ask him that question.
Right, I'm going to ask Councillor Harvey to express a view.
I think I've got a considerable amount of sympathy with what Councillor Cupid is saying in terms of the direction of travel that's being suggested, because it's a regulatory issue of how a member has been treated or perceived in that context. It's a regulatory issue. That doesn't fit neatly into the code of conduct if it was exercised out with the council's processes, but within a party context. So in that sense, there are some pretty serious issues. You unpack that in the conduct and the manner in which it was undertaken that are not specifically related to our code of conduct. You throw it there and you'll kick it into the long grass, and that would be incredibly unfortunate if that is not the avenue to go down, because we'll spend the next year going through a standards process that turns out in the end and doesn't satisfy Councillor Cubit's question. If there is a process to be gone through to investigate that matter, it needs to be done properly in the right channel. That's all I'm saying. It needs to be in the right channel.
And I would agree entirely. I do not believe that this committee is the right channel. I believe there are other avenues, which includes, if it's a group matter or a party matter, it is dealt with through the party. If it is a standards matter, it is dealt with through standards. I don't believe that this committee can deal with a perceived outcome of an event that hasn't yet occurred. We're assuming that an offence, an issue, whatever you wish to refer to it, has been committed. You need to go through the process to establish what has or hasn't been done, look at that, have investigated in order to use it as evidence here. That's what we've done with every other element of the questions we tabled. We would not put questions forward to barristers for response without a clear record, evidence to back up what was being said. That's why we've got such a bundle of papers that where we said someone had said something in the press, or we said that someone had done something, that we were able to substantiate that. At the moment, we don't have a substantiated outcome that anything occurred. And I'm not saying that it didn't occur, I'm saying we do not have an adjudicated or substantiated outcome in order to put forward as evidence.
If we remember the elements that were redacted, we understand where concerns can be raised about what was said in that and the evidence presented that obviously EY took on board because they included it in their report that was later removed because of the redactions. So there is issues there in the sense of just how this whole thing again has been gone about. I raise it, it's just concerns.
Okay, but I am going to move on. I've got Councillor Mitchell and then Councillor Parker. Do you wish to? Or? Yeah.
Sorry. As Councillor Harvey has said, for me personally, there is considerable sympathy. But I don't understand. We're talking of something quite historic. And why was that not raised as an issue with standards at the time it was done? Because then it could be, there would be a decision. And it can't be carried forward into this process. But I just think if it's that important now, it should have been important at the time when it occurred.
Okay, I'm going to ask Councillor Mitchell to have questions, and then I'm going to try and get to the point of discussing some recommendations. Councillor Mitchell. Oh, please do. Sorry. Yes, go on. That we have blurred the boundaries. I'll encourage you to debate then.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to make a comment on the page that was drawn to our attention, the page 46, Appendix 1, questions asked of Council. And this may have been made many times before, for all I know, whether appropriate, blah, 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 and whether individuals use positions of power to influence decisions in relation to Manydown. I think most of my electorate, certainly judged by the phone calls they make to me, think they've elected me to a position of what they regard as power, specifically in order to influence decisions. And I'm not at all clear if I'm not supposed to, and I'd rather Councillor Cubitt didn't explain to me why I'm wrong while I'm speaking, because she's very sensitive about such matters, and always right, of course, whereas I make many mistakes.
Please.
Unlike some. And that's what I think I'm here for. So that was just a sort of question, not a question, but just a comment on the phrasing of that. But the key thing that it raised to me when I first saw this set of questions, and it just reinforces another view, that the reason for asking that question is because you expect and wish to find that somebody has used position of power to influence decisions in relation to something. You wouldn't ask it if you didn't think there was any chance. Therefore it gives the impression to anybody watching this process and listening to our debate and observing the work of this council that what I've said in full council before is the case, that there has been engagement in a witch hunt. However anybody wishes to deny it. The other point is going back to the point raised by Sean, which I did think was quite significant. I think it appears to me that it was almost certainly wrong for Nicky Linehan to regard her view that Manydown wasn't available for development as for some reason strictly confidential. I find that mysterious. And I think that if that had not been the case, and if there'd been a line in the SHLA at that time to the effect that it's not expected that the landowners will bring this forward, we would have had all of that debate 2 years earlier and saved ourselves an enormous amount of hassle. However, just as a fact, there are occasionally facts here, just to explain my own view, at that time, It was always my impression, because I was there in the original council debate, it was always my impression that the decision not to promote Many Down for development meant that we weren't making it available for development for the time being. I won't go into the reasons why I supported that. I wasn't told to do so by anybody. It was my decision to support that choice for what I thought at the time were good reasons. And they weren't to do with stopping any development on Many Down, oddly enough. But nobody's ever interested in what you really were thinking at the time. People assume that you had mission and motives, and were persuaded, had your arm twisted up your back or something, to do something you thought was wrong. That wasn't the case. However, from that moment on, it was always my view and expectation that Many Down would not be brought forward to development until I heard another decision. And it's very sad, and I think in case it's a question of what you want to happen, isn't it? It's very sad that Ian and others, when we were going through all of those meetings about the Schlar and the land and all those personal discussions and so forth with officers, it's very unfortunate that so many people appear to have been of the impression that although it wasn't being promoted for development, it somehow was available for development, because that was not what I understood at the time. And I do think it's worth recording that, because all of this, to a large extent, all of this process has arisen from that misunderstanding. And if you go back to it, it would appear to me that that misunderstanding arose from the idea that for some reason it was strictly confidential, that the landowners would not put it forward for development in the LDF. Had that been not confidential, it would have appeared in the Schlar at the time, and there would have been a row, because there were those who wanted Many Down developed as soon as possible. But we'd have had the row 2 years earlier and escaped from all this nonsense. Very sad.
I'm looking for measured comment here.
Okay, okay. I strongly recommend that the previous speaker goes and reads the judgment, because he evidently has not taken on board what the High Court judge said, which was that the land was bought explicitly for the purpose of development, and that therefore, had he thought that it was not available, and had he thought that his constituents thought it was completely permissible for him to influence unlawful decisions on their behalf, then I question his belief in the powers that he has to advocate decisions that are unlawful.
Right, I'm sure Councillor Mitchell will take on board your view to refer the yeah.
Although I wasn't named, I was named by interest. Chairman, Councillor Cubitt is entirely right. I am not a High Court judge. I don't have prescience. I cannot predict in advance what views a High Court judge will take, nor can I predict in advance whether I'll agree with him or not. He's a High Court judge, I'm not. He judged, and as a result of his judgment, we have taken all the actions we've taken, and we've put Many Down land into the LDF and all those things. How I can conceivably have been expected to know in 2006, when I voted the way I did, that a High Court judge would some years later conclude that I shouldn't have voted that way, that I should have taken personal advice on the matter, sought barristers' opinions, and understood every aspect of law. I know absolutely nothing about local authority law, nothing at all. I'm an amateur. That's why I'm elected as a councillor. I'm not elected to be the barrister.
No, I'm not going to. No, I am not going to take any more banter on this issue. I'm going to move to recommendations. Yeah, everything is very important, and I've had Councillor Harvey sitting there patiently. No, I've been tolerant. No, you can take a you can feed it into recommendation if you wish, but I'm going to move to recommendations, and I'll pick up Councillor Parker. Yeah, no, I will invite you to debate, and then I will. Yep. Please do. Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I've read the papers. I've gone through them again. And there are a few points that fall out that I'd like to pick out. Okay. For starters, the one thing that we cannot get away from in all of this is the High Court judgment, because that is the actual thing that sits in front of you as who, as far as the judge is concerned, acted unlawfully, to get the words right. Now, it is clear in Howell's, and for that matter Webster's, advice, that they're in essence saying all the rest that's the most important bit. Now, the problem that we have with that, and this is the point I'd like to make about the process again, Chair, and it's relevant to make it here, is that we have the Ernst & Young investigation that is separate, because the legal advice should have been running continuously. So the evidence is there, the investigation is there, the interviews are taking place, and the relevant public law bit falls out. And we go on and we go on and we go on through the evidential base. These barristers have had nowhere near, in my opinion, the ability in time or in information or experience of the investigatory process to give us the opinions that would be valid in the questions we're asking, in all opinion. Actually take the questions and fulfill them in a valid way that would answer in the way that we're all looking for. And that's a reality we've now got to sit with. We're here. We've got it. So what falls out of it? Well, what falls out of it, and I'm looking at the Howell's advice, is the fact that the Many Down Executive Committee quite clearly acted unlawfully. Therefore, there is a question over those cabinet members who took part in that MEC who made unlawful decisions. That's the paragraph 10 of his notes on page 193. July is. It's paragraph 10 of page 193. In paragraphs 56 to 63, I have explained why, in my opinion, the decision of the Many Down Executive Committee appeared to be unlawful.
So, July which year? Sorry?
It's the 2000. The point being that relates directly to the High Court judgment, and it reaffirms the point that those cabinet members that sat in that meeting and made that decision acted unlawfully. How were they advised? How were they allowed to get to a position where they made an unlawful decision is a very relevant point. That relates also to the joint Many Down committees. Because of the 2006 element, when we're talking in the papers again, we can pick out the actual positions in the report. And that relates to Councillor Reid and others who attended that meeting. And the questions asked of their membership of the JMC, former Councillor Reid, or County Councillor Reid. It's the context, the members' conduct in that meeting of who moved things as motions in that meeting is incredibly relevant. Because again, that changes the position in a way that leads to an unlawful decision. So actions again, it's actions and consequence, actions and consequence. Who was advising, who was acting? I think Councillor Lee may want to respond. So.
I don't want to respond, I just want to know to which meeting do you refer?
If the specific one is the 2006 decisions, also the 2009 decisions that were made by the JMC, those new meetings. The April one in particular was the one that the High Court judge referred to, the 1st of April. And in that meeting, it was referring to the point that the motion that was moved, the changing of the words, the language that was altered in that meeting through somebody moving a recommendation. However, as the evidence suggests, the former Councillor Reid can't quite remember what he did at that meeting. And there's an interesting interchange of who did what where, and we still don't have those answers fully. But nonetheless, a decision was taken at that meeting that led to a consequence, which was an unlawful decision. That's the point. The other bit I wanted to point out, if we go to page 193 at the bottom there, is that the fiduciary obligation was one imposed on the council. Therefore, all 60 of us have that fiduciary responsibility to be discharged in the context of the meaning, why we bought the land. Now, in the sense of those December decisions, the very fact at full council in the December, the 15th I think it was, we made a decision, sat round that room, some agreed, some disagreed. It was clearly put then that that was an unlawful thing to do. And in that context, council made an unlawful decision. So there's particular issues here that relate to decisions that were made, the real facts. What we have not yet teased out, and which is important for the process going forward, is how we, as council and councillors and cabinet members, were allowed to be in that position. Okay? So the advice and the conduct that led to that is key. The other point I want to make, Chair, if I can, is if you go to, let me just quickly find the page, I've highlighted it, 256 of the main report, paragraphs 721 and 722, relates to the investigation and the declaration of interest in the report section on Stephen Marks. And what it says there is an email from the Chief Executive to Andrew Finney on the 22nd of November and a follow-up email on the 23rd of November. Now, what I'm concerned about here, very concerned about, and again this is an issue to tip out and to look at in specific, is the proximity of the Chief Executive to the administration in the context of what he is saying there, that should, if those genuine concerns are there, be raised in another place. Now look at the wording there, look very particularly. But he may but be aware that he may already be in a compromising position that his attendance tonight could expose. I think he participated fully at ARGA without declaring interest, so a risk of unintended consequences exists, which makes me think he should stay away. What in the world is the Chief Executive doing making such a statement to the leader of the council? So there's an issue there of relationship, fundamental relationship here. Now that runs as just a couple of examples throughout the whole piece of evidence, Chair. So I guess the question is, considering the mess we're in, what sort of recommendations are we going to make this afternoon? How are we genuinely going to try and draw this to some shape or form? Because at the moment, I can't clearly see how we can do justice to the unlawful High Court decision, where the responsibility truly rests so that we can look at the processes involved in that, not the blame game, not some stupid idea of a witch hunt. That is not what this is about. This is about how you change what happened so that it never happens again. So I guess that's my question, really, and leaving as my comment there. How in the world are we going to deal with this? Because at the moment I can't see, and the recommendation as presented on the paper is just 2 lines. It doesn't take us anywhere.
All right. Is there a response to Councillor Harvey, Councillor Mitchell? Because I've got Councillor Parker then to speak, and then I'll.
Well, it picks up on the first, second thing that Councillor Harvey said, so I don't mind.
Yep. The fight, if
Hopefully it won't take very long. I'm a bit concerned now on the exchange earlier, and then some of what Paul has said. My understanding is that the judgment was that who acted unlawfully, the council may have acted unlawfully or did act unlawfully, and the committee or a committee of the council acted unlawfully, or a committee of cabinet, and cabinet may have acted unlawfully. I mean, I'm not getting into the detail of that. One accepts the judgment, obviously. Now, as I'm a councillor and I sit on committees and have sat in cabinet, my understanding has always been that those concerned and those who advise them or fail to advise them, members in committee or in council, on a particular point of law or practice or whatever, if those concerned and those who advise them are acting, when they do so, they're acting within the context and role of their office, either as councillors or as officers. Now, if I as a councillor vote in committee or in council or in cabinet or whatever, if I vote according to my conscience, and my conscience is clear, and I'm not debating, because you can't debate people's consciences unless you take a case against them. If my conscience is clear, and I haven't had clear advice that what I'm doing is unlawful, my understanding has been, and I'm concerned if this isn't the case, that I'm not personally to blame for voting the way I did. And I just wonder if Chris might either worry me even more or set my mind at rest, because otherwise I'm going to have to be, I may have to abstain rather more than I'd like to.
Chairman, the question is both for councillors and officers. For councillors, did you vote in accordance with the advice you were receiving? If you did that, then whilst the council as a whole may not have acted in accordance with the law, each individual councillor would have behaved in a quite appropriate way. As far as officers are concerned, clearly we now know that the advice we were giving was incorrect because we've got a High Court judgment to that effect. But that does not mean that the advice was given in good faith after having taken advice. And there's no question of officers doing anything other than giving advice in good faith. We now know that that advice was wrong because of the judgment, but that's what happens when a court case comes along. You've got to stop, think what the judge has said, and then implement that. But I know we did take advice on these points. The advice we gave was what we at the time thought was correct. It subsequently transpired that it wasn't.
Okay, I'm going to look for one comment. Councillor Parker's been exceptionally patient, and I really do want to press on to looking forward rather than.
With all due respect, because the actual implications of this are significant for the responsibilities, and as was said by Councillor Gurdon, I agree, the reputation of this council, and that's something I care about, particularly in serving the residents, regardless of what the issue is. I want to do the job properly. If we're going to do it, we do it properly. In the context of this, in 2006, it was clear in terms of the law, and it was referred to in the High Court judgment, and it has been referred to in the other advice as well, in terms of the position that was and should have been. So there are issues there, and I don't wish to get into a discussion with the head of governance, particularly because of him being part of the point, and I'm not going to do that. That's not fair to you, Chris, and I'm not going to do that. But your intervention, forgive me, I think is inappropriate in that context. Okay, because I would debate you, and I would debate you seriously on the evidence as presented in the court case. In that issue, my point is here that if council, and it says it here quite clearly in terms of fettering its discretion, fettering its responsibilities, it was the council. Therefore, we each have an element of responsibility to that. And ignorance is not a defence in the law in that context. So the fact that we were misadvised and so on, we should have been sure of our position in taking it. And I think those are the issues that we really need to be. I agree with Councillor Mitchell, actually. We need to be clear on this so that that mistake is never made again. We never get ourselves into that position in the future. And I think I could go on for quite some time in some detail to expand on what I mean by what I'm saying in some considerable detail, with the evidence in front of us that is quite clear from the High Court judge and the QCs.
Okay, I'm minded to let Councillor Parker speak unless it's something particularly burning, John. Can you make it very brief?
All I wanted to say was the point raised by Councillor Keating earlier about the purpose for which the land was bought. If that had been made known to us, and I do not accept that we could ever have known that. I mean, I didn't become a councillor to actually understand every aspect of the law. If we had known that, there is no doubt that things would not have been done as they have been done, and I think that is the sole lesson, in my view, to come out of this, because that was the starting point of where the thing went wrong. I don't know whether any others accept that, but to me that's the critical thing, and I was not aware of it. Certainly when I was leader in 2006, nobody ever told me that there was a purpose for which the land was purchased.
Thank you for that, Councillor Leake. Councillor Parker, can you help us with some forward-thinking recommendations, perhaps, or some general points that we might work into recommendations?
I've sat and listened to a lot of points, Chair, and I would like just to make one or two salient ones of my
Please-
own in
please
regard
do,
to my
yes.
position. And firstly, I have to say that as being a member of the joint Liberal-Labour administration, during the period of office, there was no doubt in my mind why the Manydown land was secured as a joint venture by both this council and Hampshire County Council to put in place forward planning so that a major development area could be properly planned to facilitate future housing need. And there are officers that served during that period that also understood that by the very participation of discussions and negotiations that were going on at that time. And I think that's a fair and reasonable point for me to make. We then had the political pantomime of the sort of electioneering and save the money down and so forth, that then led us into the influenced, in my view, certain decisions that were made by members of the administration. But what I don't want us to do now is then to extend that pantomime into now a potential political farce. We've had report after report, we've sought council advice. The point that Councillor Keating raised, and I do have to just speak to that because it's something that he's drawn our attention to in the debate, with regard to the planning email from the planning executive planning officer. And I've sat quietly and sort of given a bit of thought to that. And it does raise issues, and it does raise questions as to officer protocol and so forth. But is it going to influence anything that we're going to now make with regard to recommendations? I think only in the sense of how it should be done better next time. I don't sort of pin any flag to that in that sense that there's a lot of mileage in going back over that, other than to note it and identify where it went wrong, because it implies that there was sort of like administration members, executive officer, inner circle, discussion group. Well, so what? I think such is the way council life works, and I think we've got to ourselves in opposition be courageous enough to accept that. The decision, though, for me is more serious, is the cease to continue promoting the sale of this, how that came about. I don't like that. I found that it was, rightly or wrongly, I mean, we all have a lot of papers, we've all mentioned, even in discussion in this meeting this afternoon, the various papers that we get, different committees. For me, it was sort of crept up on me, rather. And I don't think, therefore, I believe it was handled in a very transparent manner. And I think that's been noted, I think, to some extent, and I don't want to beat the hell out of that. Other than, again, when you reflect on that, the inspectorate made a decision at the time, and that decision was that the promoting of the site was premature. It's in the report, and then if you think about it, well, yes, that possibly was right in regard to the needs, the housing needs at the time, but he did say it was there to be called forward. And so therefore, I understood, even if the sale, promotion of the sale was withdrawn, that would never infer to me that the site was not going to be available. The intention, as I understood, was further work to be done here. And that was in relation to the infrastructure, the water basin, flood risk and so forth. So coming to where we are right now, and I've, like our members, I've deliberated and read the copies. I've been a member of the single panel that addressed the questions that should be asked. And as a lay person, I'm confounded by a comment made by Council on the latest set of questions, but I think it's worth drawing it to members' attention, if you'll indulge me. And it's on page, well,
Yeah.
I'm not going to find it on the big...
No, I'm just going to say, can I just make a point for the webcast? Although you're referring to the dated pink pages, what you're actually going to do is read from, which are now open white pages.
Yes.
It's just your copy happens to be easier reference for
Yes,
you.
it is.
Otherwise, we'd have to go into closed session.
Well, I say that. Well, I'm not on the page on that big paper. It's paragraph 23, no 24.
And this is Blackstone's advice.
Final advice.
Yeah. How
No,
final.
it's not
Thank you.
I'm not naming anybody other than.
No. Sorry, I'm just clarifying the advice. Yes.
Right.
Page 338.
But, yeah. This is to do with predetermination. Yes? And if I just speak in general, I won't read out. The inference that I get from council's comment in regard to predisposed to take decisions which would block the development of Manydown is effectively saying it really doesn't matter what support a council member might have for or against any issue prior to becoming a member can still be carried forward into membership of the council up until the time when they actually sit at a committee, but can still be considered to consider all the salient points and make a correct, unbiased decision. Because in the eyes, exactly right, of what's his words, and I will just say it, is that, but in my view, that in itself does not mean that a fair-minded and informed observer would necessarily conclude that there was a real possibility that they approached the decision which they were invited to take with a closed mind and without impartial consideration. So I see no mileage going any further. If you take that as a principle, for goodness sakes, other than for me, I can't see that we want to be kicking this particular ball about anymore. I asked for a view with regard to what fees we're at, because if I was to try and put a light-hearted note on this, we almost seem, Chair, to be entering into a situation where council, when they talk about I've not been given the right information, I can't answer that, I wasn't answered that before, so I haven't addressed that, is almost like saying to us, back to you, chums, think of another 6 questions if you want to, and I'll either decide whether I answer them, whether I don't, but here's my fee. That's my view.
Okay, members, can I suggest that by way of clunkily maybe trying to get to a point where we can have a recommendation that deals with what's in front of us today, but also picks up on some of the salient points of discussion, we're tasked to...
Just picking up that point, if what we've done today is have a really good, healthy conversation around the table and respecting what Councillor Leake said, and I do respect what he said in the context of his, being the former leader of the council and so on. I wish others have as much humility as you've just had in terms of what you've just said, John, to be honest. That aside, if the Constitutional Working Party is going to be examining a future constitution, is going to be looking at committee structure and so on, the comments that we've made today and this report should be evidence base for them to start at least to work from, pick up some of the issues that fall. We're not going to do this justice in 3 lines in a recommendation. You're never going to get there. So if we can try and capture the comments and refer on this at least to the CWP so it can begin to try and do that piece of work, it would be constructive, I think. That's what I'm looking for.
I'm rather afraid now that you might have been reading my mind, because what I'd looked at is 3 simple bullet points with some additions from today, because in reality what we were tasked to do was recognise that we've gone through a fairly lengthy process that hasn't always been comfortable for everybody, but nonetheless we've gone through a process where we've all had the opportunity to scrutinise, clarify, raise further questions, scrutinise and accept or otherwise the advice that we've been given in response to the questions we've sought and the investigation we triggered. We're now at the point, I think, where we need to accept that what we've got in front of us is a report that we've asked for, and regardless of our different views around it, it is concluding this aspect of the process. In reality, what we need to be doing now is moving towards the endorsement of the actions arising from this report, so we can start to put right some of the things that we recognise could have been and should have been done better. So I'm going to suggest that maybe we endorse the implementation of the actions arising from this report, many of which are encapsulated in paper B that we discussed earlier today. Those actions are primarily, certainly the principal ones in respect to reviewing call-in, reviewing officer member protocols, reviewing the access to documentation, declarations of interest, procedure for accounting for lots of these recommendations here that come directly from the Ernst & Young report go towards the Constitutional Working Party. I think we endorse their ability to get on with some of this work, but ask them specifically to pick up on how within our Constitution we look at issues around, going back to the start, the duties to cooperate with advice on investigation. So if members are asked to be involved in investigation, that they have a specific duty to take part. Yep. That we specifically look at how we can make it more clear that there are lines of accountability around financial and fiduciary duty, that we're able to explore that and provide guidance within the Constitution into how we discharge such responsibilities, that we use the action in respect of officer and member protocols to look specifically at, as Councillor Harvey put it, elements of proximity between senior officers and senior political representatives in terms of how they conduct themselves, the conversations they have, and whether they are confidential or otherwise, so that we can enshrine with our Constitution some principles that govern the nature of those relationships, because it's quite clear throughout this process that trust has been broken as a result of lack of clarity of relationships, and that needs to be put right. I think those were the three main areas, because outside of that there were things about the legality of decision making. I think really some of those are historic, but I've got I've got Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Harvey who guide me if anything further you wish to see in that. So Councillor Mitchell.
Yes, I'm just going back to the point that John made about when we were looking at this in 2006, and it's really a question of organisational memory, and I think that applies to quite a lot of what we heard in the previous discussion, the previous paper. The organisational memory failed to inform me when I was in a role of some responsibility exactly why that land had been purchased and what the intention was and what the implications were. However, I probably knew in rough terms and didn't feel at the time that I was voting for anything that was wrong, because what I was voting for was, I believed, a temporary cessation of spending money on development as opposed to other things, simply because I'd seen the latest iteration of what was proposed, and I thought what was being proposed was complete nonsense, and that to go and think again. I assumed somebody would have been then thinking furiously again. It turned out later nobody had been, as far as I could make out, which is a real cock-up. But I do think there's an issue there which is worth capturing, which is to say, and I know Laura's looked at this in some ways, but when we have a change of administration, and heaven help us if we ever have a change of administration, I wouldn't countenance such a thing for a moment, but if and when we have a change of administration, or even a change of leadership and cabinet within an administration, there ought to be some process that goes on that briefs them on critical historical decisions, particularly decisions that may or may not have trammelled the future decisions they are likely to make or might wish to make. And I think that is a critical factor in any organisation, but particularly in a council where you are subject to elections, by-elections, internal debate about who should be the leader and all those sorts of things. You have coalition governments, and I think the organisation's memory of itself as opposed to record keeping. You know, we can keep all these records, but you can't look at them all. You have to have certain ones which are regarded as crucial and that might trammel the future decisions that the new cabinet member may make. We just had a change of cabinet members, that the new leader may make, that the new cabinet might make, that the new administration might make. And I think that's almost certainly the most significant thing to emerge from this.
Thank you. So if I also add to the list something around the assurance of handovers between administrations on items of strategic importance, or where they are long-standing issues, particularly planning would come to mind, or anything that has that sort of high-level strategic priority and spans a number of, or potentially spans a number of administrations. Yeah.
The need to do that, of course, for members implies that officers would have to do it for themselves. A new officer coming in from another council might be baffled by some of what he or she finds.
I'm sure Mr. Taylor's had a very quick sort of history lesson of our process. Councillor Parker, on that particular expansion? Yep.
Yes, in that regard, I would want to be certain that what you're actually suggesting, Chair, is that the officers on significant issues report to the new administration what position is. And the other point that I'd want to make is when the working group are looking at the issue of officer member protocols, that due consideration is given to the potential for compromise for officers, because this is a very difficult one. The administration of the time has a political direction they want to be travelling in. They share that with officers. You know, we all party members have to accept that that's the position. It's no good pretending it's going to be any different. And so we've got to be very careful that we don't straitjacket the sort of ability for officers to support the administration of the time in achieving the direction they want to achieve. I might not agree with it, but that's got to be the way. We cannot be putting officers into such a difficult situation that they feel fearful of looking back at an email they might have sent 5 years ago.
Councillor Harvey.
Just taking it for me, just quickly to pick up on that point, to say what went into my mind straight away was you go back to 2006 and the decision that was taken was to suspend, not to make available, to suspend. That is the fundamental misinterpretation in law that was made, and it was made in the context of a new administration coming in from where we had left things, and we were very clear of what our obligations were. And the officers were clear as well in their reporting to us. Now that changed. It changed. The issue that falls out of that is the unlawfulness that then flowed from that. So in taking this forward, it's about capturing the process issue in the new constitution, or in the new ways of whatever we decide to add, because the constitution shouldn't be a dustbin into which you pour everything. That's just a stupid. You'll wind up with creating a same problem. So in that sense, how we capture this should be something the CWP gives some thought to, so that we don't lose it, we don't just brush it under the carpet, and we don't deny what went on, because there were serious issues, and I can bang the drum as far as it goes, but we haven't really dealt with them, in all honesty. So if CW doesn't, I don't know who else will. So if you're going to make that recommendation, that we capture the unlawfulness of what occurred, and that it is not allowed to be repeated. Yeah, we capture the reports in that sense, and the unlawfulness.
Yeah, I'm happy to put that as a sort of fifth principle in guiding them in their work.
Briefly comment on that. I don't think you can have any set of rules that somehow prevent officers from giving incorrect advice. There's no mechanism on earth that will stop anybody from giving incorrect advice. and there's no mechanism on earth that will ensure that everybody always gives correct advice. And we have cases where High Court judges are found to have given incorrect judgments because they're appealed to the appeal court, they're appealed to Europe and all sorts of places. So we should be very careful in our expectations of what we're getting out of this, that we don't actually create a situation where you can't give any advice at all, just in case it's incorrect.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that in the nature of the law and advice, everybody is open to their own interpretation and subjective comment. I think it's, if I simply make the point that in providing some guiding principles through the Constitution in terms of the way officers and members interact when taking and receiving advice, then that needs to be with a view to minimising the risk of future, unlawful action. But I agree, what is deemed as good advice, bad advice, even when you take secondary advice, is always a matter for the moment. So yeah. Yeah. Okay. Are we comfortable, members, that we've exercised I was going to say exercise our demons for the afternoon, but if we are content, then I'll declare the meeting closed. And thank you very much for your patience today. Thank you very much.